Richmond Road has speakers, so that is also automatically called. So, Chair, just to reiterate which ones are called and which ones isn't, all items are called apart from item E, 62 St George's Road. That is not called, and that means that the committee agree with the officer recommendation for granting planning permission. So the order will be A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J. Thank you very much, Chair. F was called
by Councillor Earthy.
So just to clarify that, councillors, item E, 62 St George's Road, is the one that is not called. All other items are called. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will first go to the planning officer then, please, for 95 Marine Drive, BH 2024 00969. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, let's begin with item A, 95 Marine Drive, Rottingdean, BH 2024 00969, which is a full planning application for the demolition of the existing house and the outbuilding and the erection of a 4-storey flat-roofed block comprising of 9 residential flats, which are made up in the following manner of 7 2-bedroom flats and 2 2-bedroom flats. Materials would be a mix of brick and composite cladding with aluminium windows, parking at the lower ground floor level with the provision of 9 vehicle spaces overall. The site is on the Coast Road, just on the north side of the Coast Road, just east of the Rottingdean traffic lights, as shown on the existing plan. Here is a picture of the site in aerial form, which we'll see more of. The site faces south across the Coast Road and across the edge of the cliffs. And either side of it there, you can see 2 modern flatted developments. This is the existing front elevation of 95 Marine Drive as we see it, and there it is from the road. And again, just showing the site there in context of the existing building as it is, the adjoining property there at the west, and the overall street scene again, just showing that in context. Some of the views from the rear garden towards the side elevation of 93, and again, going to the other side, looking down towards the side of 97. I suppose this slide is important. This slide will show you the context of how the development site sits against neighbouring properties. And properties of 2 and 2A Lenham Road West, directly on the south of that, sort of west of that picture along here, along the rear boundary. That's separated by an alleyway which runs across the back of the site. And then, of course, the 2 modern developments either side of the application site itself. I suppose just going back to that slide, you can see the outbuilding there that's proposed to be demolished as part of the application also. Here are some photos that were taken from a site visit that occurred earlier this week at 2A Lenham Road West. And you'll see, I can bring you back to these slides a little bit later to illustrate how the impact is going to work, but predominantly the main profile of the ridge line would be roughly in line with this lower part of the roof on that adjacent property there. I'll bring you back to these slides actually at the end because I think they'll have more context. So here's an existing site plan, which is just showing you some distances to neighbouring properties, 23 as existing to 2A Lenham Road West at the north of the site, 6.9 to 93 Marine Drive on the western side, and 8.9 to 97 on the eastern side. So to give you a sense of what is being proposed, this is a proposed site plan which is showing, it's going to be showing a flatted development of 9 flats where the elevations roughly line up with the properties as developed either side. And following amendments from case officers, the front elevation now is approximately in line with the building line along the front there of Marine Drive. This is showing the proposed elevation. The blue line was a late stage amendment to drop the height of the proposed building by a further metre. So that blue line is just showing you how the application was presented when it was originally came in. And again, similarly, on the proposed rear elevation, we've had a bit of a drop in scale there. So this is the proposed side elevations. And again, the blue line's just indicating there that we had some much further forward overhanging balconies, which were then sort of reduced and pushed back as part of the proposal. So this is showing the proposed contextual front elevation of the building on the street scene of Marine Drive and showing how it sits against the 2 neighbouring properties either side. So slide articulating that there's 19.3 metres as built, as proposed rather, between the development site and the closest residential property at the rear, which is 2A Lenham Road West. And that's a section drawing showing the relationship between the new build property and the existing dwelling house. That green line is just showing you the approximate position of the edge of the rear garden of 2A Lenham Road West, just to give you a spatial awareness. And then there's the alleyway in between the two sites, as pointed out earlier. So in terms of what the development would provide, at proposed lower ground floor plan, we've got 6 parking spaces, lower ground floor, indicative layouts of what we've got at the ground on the first floor. All of the units meet the nationally described space standards, and a lift to the rear, and some proposed units on the second floor and the roof plan itself. We've had 6 representations objecting to the proposal, as well as an objection from the Rottingdean Parish Council. And some of these reasons are sort of reasons of overshadowing, loss of light, privacy and overlooking, overbearing, overdevelopment, poor design, the lack of provision of affordable housing, highways impacts, the lack of information on landscaping, ecology and sustainability, and the fact that the development is considered to be contrary to the Rottingdean Neighbourhood Plan. And council officially has objected to this development, and her objection has been included within the report. In terms of the key considerations, the principle of the proposal in terms of the provision of housing on the site is considered to be acceptable. We've got a viability report that's showing that the development wouldn't be viable enough to provide a payment towards affordable housing, but officers are recommending that we secure a Section 106 agreement to secure a late stage review mechanism. Otherwise, the principle of the proposal itself is considered to be acceptable. The design and appearance of the site would be a modern development. It would result in the demolition and removal of the existing building on site, but given the context and the variety of architecture in the street scene, the design and appearance is considered to be acceptable. The impact on neighbouring amenity, it would have some impact, certainly on 2A and 2, the rear of the site. However, this is not considered to be sufficient to warrant refusal of the application. Officers are fairly confident there wouldn't be any direct overshadowing of the properties themselves, although there would be clearly a loss of the existing view from those properties. The standard of accommodation, as stated, is considered to be acceptable, as is the affordable housing. No objections have been raised in terms of transport and highways impacts, and a number of measures, given the location of the site, to secure landscape ecological management plans, construction management plans that deal with the biodiversity and ecology matters, as well as the general construction environmental management plan, are all proposed to be secured by condition, and that also includes the landscaping plan. I would just like to say that as a verbal update before we get to the conclusion of planning balance, the original applicant is no longer a business. So the name of the applicant has now changed from the way it's included on the papers. So instead of being Fortudo Marine Drive Limited, the developer is now Shamron Developments Limited. The development is considered by officers on balance to be acceptable in terms of its design and scale and in regards to its impact on occupiers at the rear. Whilst the development would undoubtedly have a strong visual impact and result in some harm to neighbouring amenity, these aspects aren't considered to be so harmful as to justify the refusal of the application. This is particularly when it's weighed up against the public benefits of the provision of a net gain of 8 residential units that all provide good quality level of accommodation. So given the city's significant housing shortfall, and together with the engagement of paragraph 11 of the MPPF, the adverse impacts of the scheme would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits overall. And so the development would deliver much needed housing, and subject to the conditions, we're confident that we can ensure that the environmental sustainability is secured, as long as improvements to biodiversity and habitats. So approval is recommended by officers subject to the recommended conditions and the Section 106 obligation. Thank you, Chair.
So, thank you, Matthew, for that presentation. We'll go over to the speakers now, and I'm told that I've got Roger and Liz Hanlon who are here in person. Is that right? Hello, good afternoon. And then I can see we've got Danny Tobin, who is also a resident online. Now, you've got 3 minutes to speak between you. How would you like to take a seat here, whoever's going to speak? Thank you. So if you are able to just press there's a microphone button on the bottom right. Yeah, that's it. So you're going to speak for 90 seconds and then Danny's going to speak for 90 seconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because it will run on. So because we time it, we should be all right.
So the gap is also measured, is it?
I don't know. No, all right. We'll... Okay. Yeah, that would be mean, wouldn't it, by the time to try and
It's very mean anyway.
we try not to be mean in this committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Hanlon. Off you go.
Okay, well, hello. My name's Roger Hanlon. My wife and I live in the property immediately behind and closest to the proposed development. My objections to the development are on the grounds of unacceptable loss of privacy, loss of light, overshadowing, and loss of amenity. The present proposal dominates an oppressive, excuse me, the present proposal dominates and oppresses neighbouring properties due to height, bulk, proximity, all of which, in my opinion, will harm neighbour amenity. The proposed development is considerably higher and larger than the existing property, despite the height being reduced for 1 metre earlier in the submitted plans. The rear of the building will have over a dozen windows overlooking our home and small garden. This will impact enormously on our privacy, given its close proximity to our property. Light will be considerably affected, with much reduced skyline, plus reduced views and overshadowing. From all points of view, this proposed building is completely overwhelming. We've always realised and understood the likelihood of development behind us. What is hoped for is a design of reasonable proportions, its surroundings. I'm going to have to stop you there. Yes.
Right.
Is it finished?
Yeah.
Have you stopped me now?
I mean, it's up to you. You've got another 90 seconds, but obviously that's either you or your neighbour.
Wow. Well, thank you for your...
Sorry, we've got
Yes, thank you.
here. We've got to be fair. Would you
Okay,
like to...
well, I'll go on quickly then, if that's the case. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Danny. Would
Well,
you
I'm
like...
100% agreement with everything Roger's said. The report admits the issues of the loss of privacy, but downplays them, admits the loss of light by saying it will be less intrusive because it's only bedrooms overlooking us, puts false faith in human nature. We've already had people staring down to us from the new build of 99 Marine Drive. My main additional point to Rogers is that giving permission for these plans will be normalising this kind of planning. Large scale, multiple occupancy, not based on the size and dimensions of the existing building. The report minds to grant on the basis of the neighbouring properties, not the existing property. Both large new neighbours, 93 and 99, were replacing existing large structures. The report states that the plans will not look out of place with the 2 newer buildings either side. If we exert this principle, then every single family house along the coast road from Brighton to New Haven is at risk of being developed into a multi-storey block of flats. Marine Drive will become a 4-storey norm at the expense of the properties around them for the pockets of the developers and the people selling. This has nothing to do with social housing, nothing to do with affordable housing, and nothing to do with alleviating the housing crisis. In the lease, we request... I'm going to have to
stop you there, I'm afraid.
Fair enough.
Danny. Thank you very much for your representations. We've got Councillor Fishley next. And then the agent, I'm assuming, is also speaking. Yes, so, and then we might take questions, if that's right, yeah. So let's move on, first of all, to Councillor Fishley.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the committee that I hope you will discuss, please, which is, what is the point of having planning policies if we allow developers to ignore them? This application is contrary to the affordable housing policy, our city's plan. And sure, you've heard that there'll be a viability assessment, but the affordable should be baked in right at the start of any planning application. This application also contravenes two of the Rottingdean Plan's key policies concerning character and appearance. Both the city and Rottingdean Plans took years to develop and were approved by external planning experts. They are legally binding documents. The applicant would have been well aware of the policies and plans and should therefore have proposed a development that is in line with those policies. Please refuse this application today, and if the applicant appeals, then the inspector can decide whether the drive for new homes takes precedent over policies. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. Are we all good? Yes. Could I ask Rory Ellicott if he's online?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Ellicott. Are you able to put your camera on?
Yeah, that should be on. Has not come through.
No. You haven't got your little slidey thing that covers your camera on. Covers your camera at the top of your laptop slithered to the wrong place, have you?
No, I don't know if there's a delay on it coming through, but it's through on my end.
Oh, well, do you want to just go ahead? We can do it without actually being able to see you, I suspect. We can hear you all right.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, councillors. My name is Rory Ellicott, and I'm one of the directors of Shenron Land and Planning. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning department for their continued attention to the application and to the committee members for taking the time to consider the matter. As you are aware, the proposal is recommended for approval following a comprehensive assessment by planning officers and statutory consultees with no technical objections remaining. The scheme has evolved through multiple rounds of amendments to arrive at a sensitively designed development comprising 7 2-bedroom and 3 3-bedroom homes. In design terms, the proposal has been carefully composed to respond to the established character of Marine Drive, drawing from architecture of the recently constructed properties at 99 and 107 Marine Drive. Notably, the ridge height sits approximately 1.7 metres lower than 99 Marine Drive, ensuring the building remains subservient within the street scene. In respect of the neighbouring amenity, the separation distance between the proposed rear elevation of 2A Lenham Road exceeds 19 metres. This is well above the 14-metre guidance set out in SPD 12, and officers have confirmed the neighbouring amenity would not be unacceptably affected. Members would also be aware that the council is presently unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, which currently sits at 1.5 years. In those circumstances, paragraph 11 of the NPPF directs that significant weight is afforded to sustainable housing proposals. Therefore, the delivery of 8 additional homes on this site must be given substantial weight in your decision making. In relation to affordable housing, a viability appraisal has been prepared by a chartered surveyor. That appraisal has been independently reviewed by the district valuer on behalf of the council, who agrees that the scheme cannot viably support policy compliant affordable housing at this time, in accordance with policy CP20 and national guidance. Nevertheless, a viability review mechanism has been agreed within the Section 106 agreement to ensure that should circumstances improve, additional contributions can be secured. To be clear, that does not mean the scheme isn't viable to develop, but that in accordance with MPPG guidance, the scheme does not meet the necessary surplus to provide affordable housing. In summary, this is a well-designed proposal for 9 homes on a sustainable site within the urban area, contributing to the provision of homes, and it has been comprehensively assessed, raises no technical objections, and officers have concluded that it accords with the development plan when read as a whole. So, given the planning balance, we respectfully ask members to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. You're out of time. That's great.
Thank you.
Sorry, if you could just bear with me, because we normally have a timer up on the screen, and obviously that's not working. So just bear with me.
Yeah.
Right. Let's move to questions. Councillor Shanks. Yeah, can you just pass over the?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, a couple of questions. Oh, that one's on there, is it? Anyway, yeah, I just wondered, I sort of understand why not, I suppose, but if you looked, you know, the distance at the back, there's a lot of distance at the front. And, you know, I just wondered why people had decided that you couldn't have it further forward. I presume it's to do with street skiing or something, but that would actually alleviate the problems at the back. The other issue is the policy. So what I think council officially is complaining about is the affordable housing policy, which has sort of been covered, but actually Rottingdean Parish Council have their own development plans, and I'm just wondering what weight we should give to those in this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I presume those questions are to officers. Okay. Okay. Let's first deal with the built form. So I suppose actually, if I can just show you on here, what you've got when you're looking at things in an aerial sense is actually quite an established and fairly tight building line across these developments, and obviously this being the application site there. So especially with the sort of development that's being proposed, coming further forward would be much more visually intrusive into that Coast Road street scene. This was felt that way. So amendments were considered during the application to actually remove what was projecting on the front there. So that was the rationale, at least, for securing those amendments as they were. I did say to you during the presentation I would come back to some of the photographs taken from 2A Lenham Road West, where Mr. and Mrs. Hannon reside. And I just want to make sure that that you see that. So as I think, if I come back to the front elevation briefly, do excuse me. Sorry, context. Okay, so just to give you a sense of kind of the size of it, you can see the main roof line there as it lines up with the lower stepped roof line of the adjoining property. And now if I come back, you'll see that the main ridge line will follow across in this direction, so roughly lining up there with a small projection above. And so then these are the photos that are taken directly from the rear of 2A Lenham Road West, as you can see. And there would be an impact from the building as it stretches across. What's felt by officers is that you've got a combined distance there of approximately 20 metres, which is not unusual in a suburban setting. And more so that we've got conditions recommended for landscaping as well, so that once this fence line here is drawn at approximately 1.8 metres. So with a sort of a 2 metre fence and some planting, the majority of the overlooking would then take place from the upper floor only. And that upper floor only would be that upper floor that you can see there. So the majority of those windows would then hopefully be hidden from the natural kind of levels of the landers themselves, as well as the rear boundary screening. So that was the thinking there. When it comes to the conflicts with the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan, there is a identified conflict which is expressed in the report, which is policy H1, which seeks a very particular type of breakdown of unit mix. But that policy does say that it is basically applicable to the sort of the size and the scale of the development that's being proposed. So obviously with a smaller scheme, and this is a small scheme of 9 units, relatively speaking, it's very difficult to achieve that exact housing mix because you're dealing with much smaller numbers in order to make the development viable. So that's why that is the case. The Rottingdean neighbourhood plan is a part of the statutory development plan.
It should be given full weight. It's gone through examination. It's been adopted. It's as much a part of our city plan. Sorry, as much part of our development plan as the city plan itself. But clearly, as you all know, there are times where we have to. Well, at the end of the assessment process, officers have to consider everything in the balance. And so, yes, this could provide a better mix of units. And it would, to be honest, on reflection, it would be better if the report had been a bit more upfront about that clear conflict with policy H1. But I'm comfortable saying that to you now. But in the balance of the planning assessment, it's considered that the overall gain of units is sufficient to kind of overcome our objection to that. So that, I believe, is the main issue there that Councillor Christie was referring to. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sheard.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. I'll do the first two, and then I'll let, if other people have questions, I'll give them a chance to go through. First of all, in the paper, you say it's a 9-bedroom development, but then you say it's got 7 2-bedrooms and then 2 2-bedrooms. So I was just wondering, is that a typo in the paper? And if that is correct, what's the difference between the 7 and the 2?
Sorry, Councillor. That's clear. It's the description of the development is quite clear in that it's 9 flats. So 7 2-beds and 2 2-beds would be 9 flats.
But why are they divided? He's asking why does it say? Why doesn't it say 9 2-beds? Why does it say?
Let me see.
Why does it say 7 plus 2?
Sorry, Councillor, I misunderstood. Please give me a second. I think there was a typo here. It's the 7 2-bed flats and 2 3-bed flats is how that should have been corrected. So that will be the reason for that. Apologies.
Did you have another question, Councillor Sheard?
I'm just typing that down. Thank you. My other second question was, could you just walk us through what is the actual height difference between the new development and what is currently on the site?
Okay, it will take me some time to come up with the actual measurements themselves. This orange line here is the top of the ridge as existing. Obviously, it's a very different type of. Hang on, sorry, I'm not showing that, am I? Apologies again. Hopefully, you can see this drawing on for you. So the orange line there, as it's coming through, is showing the top ridge line of the existing dwelling as on site. But what I'll do come back to is to show you how that actually looks in reality. So yeah, that's. I suppose you can sort of see. Obviously, it will depend on the perspective you look at things, but obviously it's a pitched roof, and it pitches down as it goes towards the rear as well, which somewhat mitigates. Whereas otherwise, the height otherwise is shown on that drawing. Would you like me to find you precise dimensions?
More questions? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Matthew, I was going to ask you to show us on Google Earth the relationship. You kind of showed us it, but just now, the relationship between Lenham Close, is it, and this new building. I just thought it might be useful to show the relationship between other properties in Lenham.
Could you move yours? Speakers.
Yeah. Okay. And the other properties along Marine Drive. And I think also, didn't we say that Lenham is actually higher ground? So it's sort of got a natural height. And if the new building kind of built down? I don't know where that's come from. I'll switch. Is the new building also built down a bit? So so there's some of that structure that's kind of underground-ish.
Yes, I'll show you this. So yes, this does have a lower ground floor. The heights, the land levels are, they do vary. So those familiar with the area will know, obviously, that at this point, only on Coast Road, the land is rising towards the east as you go up. There is a mild increase of land level as you go towards the north. So let me just show you the drawing I'm looking at. Okay. So yes, so as we go to the east, yes, those familiar with Coast Road know that the land rises as you go up to the point before descending down into Saltbean. On the if you want to take that so that it's shown to the north, as you get to the north, there is a slight rise in land level, so that the properties of Lenham Road West are sited on a slightly higher level than the application site itself. I wouldn't draw too much from the image you're seeing because this is it's aerial imagery. Just to show you the site and in its context with its other neighbours. So as you get down to the bottom of Lenham Road West, obviously 2A is this application, sorry, is this development here, and number 2, I believe, is that one there. So they are very close to the application site. They're closer than some of the other development along Lenham Road West. There is an overall sort of pattern of some rear infillings. I mean, it's quite different in terms of the approach that's been taken here, the spatial approaches. There's a lot of variety, let's say. So that shows that relationship there. I wanted to show you, I think you were asking again on the land level side of things. So I'll show you the section drawing that was provided as part of the application, showing where the relationship of that neighbouring property is against the development as proposed. Does that answer your questions, Councillor?
Councillor Theobald.
Thank you. Just a comment. When you said about you can't bring the building forward because of the street scene. Well, the street scene, there isn't any. There's just the sea. So I don't understand that. I wanted to know, the buildings each side, are they sort of enlarged houses or are they flats? Because I don't know if they are, because they're certainly smaller than this building. And the other point was, because there's no affordable, sometimes in the past we've asked for money towards housing elsewhere. We can't do that either, I suppose.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, just to respond to the last point there, yeah, you're right in the sense of there's going to be no contribution at this moment in time as part of the development in terms of affordable housing. The development hasn't considered to be viable for that, but we've put the late stage review recommendation into the section 106, which would then sort of hopefully, if development values if there's more profit that ends up being turned as a result of development with construction being less, then we may be able to retrieve some payments toward affordable housing later in the process. I'm just showing you the Google imagery again of Marine Drive as we go to the east. There is, I suppose, the street scene in our sense is that, this is still a street scene, even though we accept that on the opposite side of the road, it's cliffs and a grass embankment. But this is still a street scene, and therefore the positioning of property along there is still, a consideration for us when we're developing and assessing proposals. The properties either side, my understanding is that these are flatted developments, that they were originally houses. And I know that was a concern that was raised within the representations, but my understanding is that these are 2 original houses that have been converted into modern flatted developments, as you can see there.
But you wouldn't know how many flats are in them. There can't be that many like this, can it?
It would take me a little bit of time to establish exactly how many flats are in each, so I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that at this moment.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, one of the requirements of the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan is for the building to be in keeping with the rest of Rottingdean, which I think has been glossed over in this discussion. So can you please elaborate on why you think this building is in keeping with the rest of Rottingdean, or where it's in keeping anywhere else with the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan? The other thing about adding extra housing capacity, there's a bit of a spurious point in Rottingdean because we've got 2 major developments where there's a significant volume of unsold properties. So there's really a risk of adding another 9 more. So it's not quite as clear cut as we're being told.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of it being in keeping with the rest of Rottingdean, I think as you can see there from that street scene there, there's obviously within the kind of the conservation area elements, parts of Rottingdean, particularly the high street around the green, there's a real vernacular there of flint red brick and concrete slope roofs in traditional forms. Whereas in this part of Rottingdean, as we go out towards Saltdean, there is, as you can immediately see, there's a huge variety there. So officers felt that it was at least it wasn't contrary to the overall character and appearance of that part of Rottingdean in itself. Forgive me, the other question was, sorry, would you mind repeating the other question on units?
Yeah, I think another question following on from that one first. So that's okay, so I'll just slip my mind temporarily. Yeah, the other question was about capacity in Rottingdean. We've got several developments where there's substantial unsold capacity, so that the estates are empty. The other thing is I've got a kind of technical question really for the officers. When we're looking at buildings either side of this new development and other blocks of flats, they predate the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan. So immediately go down the sort of stream of thinking where if the neighbourhood plan had been in force 5 years or ago, would those two properties either side of it and all the other ones have been allowed? Because where do you draw the line? Because now if you're going to be using these older properties as a precedent to fill this gap in the middle, then as some of the objectors have said, you can quite rationally creep all the way along Marine Drive to Newhaven, citing the buildings next to it as justification for turning houses into flats. So I really do want to know, where is the boundary? What is the foundation for this? With neighbourhood plans, if they post-date other relevant developments, what do we do?
In some ways, it's difficult to answer that question. I guess we have to assess every application on its own merits and in its own context. I wouldn't be able to comment at all on whether or not those developments either side would have got permission under the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan as adopted. All I can say is we're assessing this scheme on its merits in its context, and I think in that, certainly from a design perspective in that context, it actually creates more congruity between building heights to approve the development as we're recommending. But I think that's about as far as I can really sort of take that at this moment in time. The question around sort of unsold units, I guess, is a matter of the market, and wouldn't be a planning consideration in this particular context for us determining this application.
Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. My question's about the Southern Water. They made a comment that about SUDs, and I just wondered. They commented that SUDs would be required, and I just wondered if that had been added to the plans.
I'm not aware of anything being added to the plans further to the comment. However, we have got condition 16, which is a pre-commencement condition, so stating that development should not be commenced until the design and associated management and maintenance of surface water drainage has been submitted to and approved by our sustainable drainage team. So since those comments, I'm not sure, but certainly, obviously, whatever has come in, it is clearly not considered to be sufficient for condition 16. And in condition 17 as well seeks to secure a whole drainage strategy for the site for the means of foul water disposal as well. So that's considered to kind of deal with those elements.
Thank you. And also, I just wondered, out of interest, will they be retaining the front wall that sort of lines the roadway? Will that wall, though the original wall, be retained?
I'll have to interrogate the plans a little in regards to that front wall, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, I don't know that. We have got a landscaping scheme which is required by condition. You can have a look. I don't know whether the applicant might be able to expand on that at all.
Do we have Mr. Ellicott here?
Hello.
Hi, are you able to help us here with the front wall?
Yeah, of course, we'd be retaining that front wall, yes. And obviously anything to do with landscaping will be dealt with by condition as well.
Great, thank you. Did that answer a question? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Can I just ask one more? Sorry, it's just to do with the, are there integral EV charging points? I couldn't see that on the plan.
I don't know if they are in the plans at the moment. They are something that's required through building regulations these days. So there would have to be some implementation on the site should development be, should plan permission be granted. And I think just Councillor Pickett, I just showed a slide as well eventually showing the front wall being retained. There are some modifications to it, but on the whole it is being retained.
Do we have any more questions? Councillor Shear.
Just very quickly, as Councillor Ruthy's touched on the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan, it does make a couple of points in the neighbourhood plan about housing density. I was just wondering, could you very briefly, I'm not expecting a full 30-minute speech on this, but just very quickly talk about how you measure housing density? Is it by how many people are living within a certain radius currently, or how many could be if all houses were in full occupation, and how this would have an impact on what this would actually do to the population density?
It's calculated as number of dwellings per hectare. So it's not down to the individual occupants of those dwellings, it's down to those particular units. So in this case, this would be 9 units across however that's divided.
Does that answer your question? Can I ask a question? I just wanted to get a bit of clarity on, it's a big issue for us, affordable housing, and I did read about the viability review mechanism. Could you just talk us through that? This is 9 units, so I think there's quite a specific affordable housing thing that goes on between 6 and 10 units. Am I right? Could you just talk us through it a little bit, please? Thank you.
So, developments over 5 units should provide 40% of the units over that as affordable housing units. And where the development, and then as part of that, the developers will submit us a viability proposal, and either they will, provide a number of units. So if it was 9, I guess it would be around about 2 units that would be provided on the site. But if, as in this case, the developers have produced a verified viability report to us, we have that assessed by the district valuer or another body who's qualified to assess those things. They come back and make the recommendations to us based on whether they agree with let's say the development values, construction costs, residual land values. Those things are itemised within the viability report. So yes, you're looking at kind of where you start, how much it costs, and where you end up, and whether or not, and that does include a small profit for developers because obviously development needs to come forward. But once those things are sort of taken into account, if it's not found to be viable to produce the affordable housing units, then usually for smaller sites we'll allow for an off-site provision to be done. For larger schemes, we'll require those to be implemented on site. In this case, the development was not considered to be viable after the viability report, but nonetheless, and as is a general practice in Brighton and Hove, we try and secure this on developments of over 5 units where there is no affordable housing because the schemes are small and they're not considered to be overall that viable to provide. We do try and secure late stage review mechanisms on almost all of these scale of developments to make sure that actually if construction costs decrease, materials decrease and land values increase, that as a late stage, we have at least a late stage mechanism to review the entire thing again and say, okay, well, how much did it cost? How much are these units worth? And is there a payment now due to the council?
Thank you. And then I just have one last question, because I know one of the issues for the residents is that this has been through planning for 2 odd years now. And I just wonder if, did it start off as a sort of, was there a bigger design that it's now been reduced in size over those 2 years? Why has it taken so long to come to committee?
In some ways, that's a good question.
In some ways. In many ways.
In many ways, it's a very good question, sorry. The scheme has undergone some amendments, and I'll share those with you now. They aren't substantial amendments, actually. They are largely a reduction in height, as you had seen, but there's also some further amendments prior to that. So I've accidentally just closed the presentation, which is silly. So please bear with me. Otherwise, the application has been with us a while. I think there's been just negotiations between the applicants and the council have taken some time. and the application has sort of been with different officers at different times, which has caused something of a delay. So, if I can
so it's a delay at RM rather than toing and froing on the design front.
it's sort of a bit of everyone.
Okay.
Yeah. If I can show you, this is just showing the scheme as it was originally submitted.
Right.
And actually at the top, so although we've also had the reduction in height, I think as I sort of said, that there was a projection balcony area on the right-hand side as you look at the front elevation, and that's been sort of more or less taken off in order to kind of improve the relationship of the property with the street scene. That's kind of shown in a bit more detail here. Not huge amendments. The overall siting of the proposal is the same, but this large extended front set of balconies was effectively removed, as you can see on the right-hand side.
So was that an issue of privacy as well on the balconies on the side?
I think it may have brought up an issue of privacy to the property to the east, but predominantly it was a design and impact to the street.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shanks.
Chair, I put a comment in the chat. If you could have a look, please. I think it's quite important that you know what's either side of this proposed development. It's not flats to one side, it's a family home.
They told me it was flat.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shanks.
Sorry, I just wondered, because I haven't looked at the detail, actually working it, of the objections. Did Rottingdean Parish Council object?
Yes.
It says about the neighbourhood plan, so they've objected.
Yeah.
I think it's just important that we do clarify what Councillor Fishley's just said. So yes, at 93 Moon Drive, my apologies, there isn't a permission there for flats. The permission there was for a single dwelling house at 93. I can look at 97 if that would be of use.
The objection from Rottingdean Parish Council was in the report, and it says there's a whole list of the scale, age, development, board design, etc. Loss of license, therefore. So yeah.
Don't forgive me, it's just taking me a little bit of time to locate the planning history for 97. So I have to bear with us. I think it's not going to be very easy to find that in the course of this meeting, so I do apologise.
I think it's actually number 101.
Mr. Ellicott, the applicant, has just come back and said that there are 4 flats on the other side. Thank you. Are we ready to move to, Councillor Nairn?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. Could you remind me how much weight is given to the objection of the parish council to a project?
Well, it's given as much weight as you'd like to give it. I mean, they obviously the parish council have their adopted plan. Obviously they've objected. I think yes, it's a material consideration. We need to take that into account, and that's, as far as we're concerned as officers, that's been balanced out by everything in the report and considered.
Okay, shall we move to debate? Who would like to start us off? Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's actually a poor design. It's wide, ugly and boring, to my mind. Rottingdean Parish Council said that it's excessive footprint and height. Even the officers say relatively large and expansive compared to recent developments. There's no affordable. It's overlooking for the neighbours, especially at the back. In 2017, there was a 3-storey building with 4 flats. So all in all, I just think this is an overdevelopment. It could be the first lot of flats like that along that stretch. So I wouldn't be voting for it.
Thank you. Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I think we should give consideration when we've got a parish council, we've got a local plan that doesn't like this.
No.
Oh, this one is working.
It's working.
Yeah.
All right.
And yeah, I don't really see the argument about the street scene because it, there's lots of there. If you look at that pictures, there are other buildings further down that are more stuff at the front, if you see what I mean. Because I do think it will be overlooking at the back. So I'm a bit, yeah. I hate this thing with affordable housing. So I think, if you can't build sustainably 9 houses, then I don't know what you could build. You'd have to go further up, wouldn't you? But anyway, I understand the arguments on the affordable housing. I just don't agree with it. So I probably will vote against.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, I'm not happy with the situation regarding the affordable housing, but I understand the reasons why. Here we're in this development, we're getting 8 more properties than we currently have. I disagree with the argument from Rottingdean Parish Council about excessive footprint and height. It looks quite similar to the buildings either side. So on that basis, I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earthy.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll be voting against. It makes nonsense of the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan. Also, the buildings either side of it, as I say, predate the neighbourhood plan, so it's irrelevant. So I think this could be the thin end of the wedge. So I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be voting for this for a few reasons. Yeah, well, are we happy with the that social housing? No, but if they were following the city plan, they would be putting 1 affordable house in there. And yes, one's better than 0, but by rejecting this, we get 0. By approving this, we get 0. There isn't another alternate plan in front of us. We've got to decide what's in front of us. So sat there going, oh, I wish this was here is kind of besides the point. It's frustrating, but this, again, as we're banging on about more than enough in this committee, we are in the grips of a housing crisis. To the point Councillor Earthy's just raised about other properties there, they were there before the neighbourhood plan came in. So surely that the entire neighbourhood was all the houses there were built before the neighbourhood plan came in. The neighbourhood plan came in to protect the neighbourhood. So this has got to be considered part of the neighbourhood. You can't pick and choose which parts you want to be considered part of the plan, which parts you can't consider part of the plan. It's all or nothing. And the houses either side are of a similar design. If 93 isn't a block of flats, it's blooming massive either way. and looking at that stretch between Newlands Road and Chaley Avenue, the majority there look from a layman's eye to be flats. So this is an area with higher density than further back in the neighbourhood. So I don't see this as being out of character, out of the street scene, and massively increasing the density in comparison to the rest of Marine Drive. So I'll be voting for it on those basis.
Councillor Parrott.
I just wanted to back up what Councillor Sheard had just said, actually, and I think the neighbourhood plan does need to include the whole neighbourhood, and this area does have these kinds of developments. I will be voting for it. I don't love the design, but that's personal preference actually at this point, and I don't think it's overbearing given what's next door to it.
Anybody else who would like to contribute? I think we are. It's difficult because I can see why people are conflicted. Yes, presumably the neighbourhood plan is in place to protect overdevelopment, let's say. But obviously this has been taken into consideration by planning officers, and they're talking. The neighbourhood plan looks at the mix, and obviously planning officers with their expertise have decided that in their professional opinion it's not going to go against the neighbourhood plan, in which case I think I am minded to vote in favour of it as well. Is everyone ready to go to a vote? All those in favour? All those against?
Thank you, Chair. To confirm that 7 for, 3 against, so planning permission is therefore granted. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to come and join us this afternoon. Moving on to the Franklin Road application. So let's bring up Stephen. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's 2025-03004. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. So this application is for Keighley House, 10 Franklin Road, BH 2025-03004. And it's for conversion of existing office building, which is in use class E, to form 3 self-contained flats, so C3 use class. And there are roof alterations and additional floor, front roof lights, side and rear windows, and alterations and retention of the existing commercial building to the rear of the property. So map the application site. So you can see here it's to the south of Port Slade railway station. A bit more detail there for you, but closer. Aerial photo there, and you can just see at the front of the site is the application building, and then to the rear there's a car park, and then to the rear of that, which you'll see in some later photos, is also the small retained office building. So a better view aerial for you. And this is the application site at the moment with the scaffolding erected around it. And this is what it looked like before the scaffolding being erected, just to give you a better view. So this is looking north towards the station. And then views on the left-hand side looking northwest, and then to the northeast. It's a car park area, just in a bit more detail. So the application building is to the left-hand side of the left photo. And then you can see it here in a bit more detail, the rear elevation. And then to the here is a bit more detail of the commercial building to the rear that's going to be retained. So that's going to be a small office. And proposed block plan for you. Number of units. So the existing small office block to the rear of the car park will be retained. And there's two bedroom, 3-person dwellings. And then one bedroom, 2-person dwellings. And existing floor plans, which I'll skim over to give you an idea of the existing office. And then existing elevations. And then this is what is proposed, and you can see it in the street context with number 12 and then number 35 to the right-hand side. So it doesn't look wildly different from the front. You can see it's got 2 new roof lights put in, but the roof pitch does alter, and you can see that a little bit better in some of the elevations I'll come on to. So to the rear, with the additional floor. And then to the side, you can see there's a red dotted line that shows the existing roof line. And so what happens is the ridge height is moved forwards slightly and the pitch is increased. And then the additional story obviously has a flat roof extending to the rear. And then from the other side, so we're on the eastern elevation here, and you can see the office building at the rear of the car park retained. And you see just to the rear of the building here, there's also going to be where the car parking, sorry, not the car parking, there's going to be the cycle parking and also the rear amenity area for the ground floor flat. So this is the ground floor plan. So you can see the rear patio area for the ground floor flat, bike stalls to the rear, and you've got 2 parking spaces at the front, 3 parking spaces at the rear, and then the rear commercial property. Post first floor. And then the second floor plan. So this is the 1-bedroom unit, 2-person up in the roof. And we've had 2 representations objecting on the basis of loss of social infrastructure, and they're referring to the car park area, and that there should be replacement community infrastructure provided by way of legal agreements, and the applicant has already commenced development by erecting scaffolding. I'll come over on some of those points a bit later. So key considerations are the appearance and the impacts of the host property in the street, the standard of accommodation, the future occupiers, and the impacts on amenity and transport and highway. And on balance, it's felt that the appearance and the impacts of the development are acceptable. There is going to be some harm to the host property, and there's no significant harm to the overall street scene from what's being proposed. Standard accommodation is good for future occupiers, and it conforms to policy, and there's no overdevelopment of plot. The impacts on neighbours considered acceptable. There's not going to be any significant impacts on the neighbours in terms of overbearing, overshadowing, overlooking, because of the relatively dense urban growing there already. And there's a high degree of mutual overlooking. Transport and highways are acceptable. There's no change to the existing situation with parking to the front, and the parking to the rear has already been used for the office accommodation. It's now going to be used for the office and also for the new flats created. There's no significant increase in trips generated. And the provision of 3 new dwellings makes a really good contribution to the housing supply at the moment, which, as I'm sure you're all aware, is quite low in the city. In respect of the community facilities, the objections make reference to the car park being used for children, etc., to play in the evenings or weekends, and they use it as informal sort of football play area. So there is no loss of community facility that would be considered under the plan policy, and therefore there's no community facility that needs to be replaced. There are no community facilities provided on site at the moment or proposed in the future. And the recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask if we have Martin Saville online, please?
They were having difficulties logging in.
Oh, were they?
Staying online.
Unfortunately, it appears that Mr. Saville has had logging in difficulties and is no longer with us. So we don't have anybody speaking. So let's go to councillor questions. Councillor Veerbold, start us off, thank you.
I've just seen that there's trees have been taken down. I don't know if you got a picture of the trees beforehand before this. And it says about the comments here about to provide biodiversity enhancement to the site. Are they going to do this?
Sorry, councillor, I'm not aware of any trees.
I think that's the next application. I've got that down as C, about loss of trees. From B. Franklin Road, Port Slade. It's quite a treeless area by the looks of things.
Yeah, just to clarify, there is going to be some biodiversity improvements with bees and swift bricks, as would be normal under policy.
Excellent. Bees and swift bricks, there we are. Any more questions? Councillor Pickett, thank you.
I hope there's going to be something more than just a few bricks. Like, I don't know, there doesn't seem to be any kind of grass at all or any kind of plants. I hope at some point they do on the patio or something. But my question is to do with the noise mitigation from the gym. It says that the gym will be sort of tasked to make sure that they don't impact the new building. That seems kind of unfair. The gym's already established, and you know this is a new building in terms of change of use.
Yeah, exactly right. And the principle we're establishing here is about the agent of change, so that by putting new residential accommodation into an area, we're not going to impact on the existing businesses there. So there's a condition in here to ensure that the new dwellings that are created have a significant amount of sound insulation to ensure that then they won't be raising any complaints in respect of the noise that's generated from the gym next door. So that's conditioned.
Sorry, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I'm not really sure why we're discussing this here. If there's only 2 objections, is there? What's the reason for it coming?
Yeah, it's because the applicant is related to a member of Brighton Hove City Council.
Councillor Sheard.
Thank you. Just very quickly, obviously there's no room for outdoor space on the property for residents, so I'm not going to ask that. Is there, and just looking at a quick overview of the map of the local area, are there any nearby public green spaces at all for them to get outside access?
What the seafront?
Yeah. Yeah, so sorry, you've got there's a small amount of amenity on site for the ground floor flat, and then for the remainder, you've got Vale Park about 200 metres to the west.
Yeah. And you've got the amazing Hove Beach Park within 5 minutes walk with all its amenities. Any more questions? Shall we move to debate? Who would like to start us off with debate? Councillor Sheard.
It's a nice development. It looks good. 2 3-bedroom houses. Like it. Yes.
Councillor Theobald.
I was just going to say, it's like it's almost part retrospective with all the scaffolding and that up, which is, you know, I think shouldn't happen, but I think it fits in quite well. I think, you know, it's a good development. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll be voting for it. How many have we got? 2 new homes. What's not to like? Thank you.
Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, it's an improvement on what's already there, so.
Yeah. Kind of light industrial area, so it's what's not to love. Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Yeah, fine with me. Yeah, 2 3-bedroom homes, great.
That's right, it was solicitors, yeah. Shall we move to a vote? All those in favour?
Yeah, that's unanimously agreed. Planning
Moving
permission
on
is granted.
swiftly.
Thank you.
Does anybody want to take a quick 5-minute break? Yep. If we could make it 5 minutes, that'd be great. Thank you. If we could just try and keep to timings, because obviously we have got a big agenda. We are now, let me just hand you over to Sean in Denver.
Thank you, Chair. Just to go over the running order, the actual running order actually is my error earlier because it's the speaking items first. So next will be item G, 40 Selhurst Road, followed by H, 87 Park Road, I, 77 Braymore Road, J, 2 Richmond Road, and then we go back to the ones without speakers, which is then in alphabetical order of C, 80 Overhill, D, Rockwater, and F, 20 Long Hill Road. Thank you very much, Chair. Also, just to point out that there is a pack that each of the members are being handed by the residents on 40 Selhurst Road, the application for that. The residents and the neighbouring properties have asked a pack of photographs and comments to be handed to you, which you now have in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Am I right in saying that all of this was already in the documentation that we've received?
So there's some new photos and some reflections on the committee report, but ultimately the issues raised are about privacy, which were previously raised during the course of the application.
Okay. Okay, great. Are you able to take us away then? Thank you.
So the application is at 40 Selhurst Road, BH 2025-01026. The application is for the erection of a single-storey rear extension, front porch, a garage, an air source heat pump, and associated alterations, including raised land levels, and the application is part retrospective. Here's a map of the application site. As you can see, the site is just at the north end of Selhurst Road. This is the location plan outlining the site in red. With a more helpful image here is this 3D aerial photo of the site. I'll just scan out slightly here. It's not immediately apparent from this 3D view, but the Selhurst Road itself slopes quite steeply from south to north, which means that all the properties are on slightly different levels. So the south property is on a lower ground than the application site and so on. And traditionally, the gardens tend to slope as well from south to north. Just this image here, just to be clear, is taken before the works were implemented. So obviously no rear extension, and you can see just the location of where the garage used to be. I'll show you where it's moved to in due course. And again, it's not entirely perceptible, but the garden sloped from south to north. So it was higher at the northern end, this side, than it is at the southern end. So just as the front elevation of the property, as amended, as extended. So this is the new porch in place now. To say it was part retrospective. The vast majority of work's being done. I think the only thing that may be outstanding is the air source heat pump. Here's the rear elevations. You can see the extension in situ, and you can see that the existing garage has been demolished, and you can now see its sort of amended location at the side of the property here. What you can also see, so you haven't got an image to compare it with, but you can see that the garden has now been levelled. So effectively, what that's involved is taking quite a bit of land from the sort of northern ends and evening out across the site, so that the southern end of the site, which is around about here, is about taking measurements off the drawings that have been submitted, about 65 centimetres higher than it previously was, which, if you take an example of a sort of 1.8 metre fence on the boundary, that becomes a 1.2 metre fence from ground level. So again, that's why it's been included as part of this application, because that degree of land raising requires planning permission itself as well. So just a few more images here. So you've got the northern boundary of the site. This is the site that's, if anything, this part of the land has been lowered slightly, as I say, because it's been evened across the site. Just another image of the sort of northern boundary of the site with the extension in place. And another image, but looking in a sort of more southerly direction towards the neighbouring property. Again, this image gives a fairly good idea of just general ground levels in the street and how each property sits at a higher level than the one to the south. So just the rear garden, again, you can see sort of the sign that some of the works that have been undertaken there in terms of levelling out the site. So just here's some images of the side extension and its proximity to the southern boundary. You can see the steps down to the garage. This is the rear of the garage just here. Another image. So this is the side of the new extension just here with 2 windows in it. You can see the garage adjacent to that. Quite a key elevation there, just in terms of the relationship of the windows to the neighbouring property. You've already seen a plot plan, so I don't think. I mean, I've got some drawings and elevations here, but I think, in all honesty, the photos are probably the most helpful element. Again, you can just see the rear extension here and how it sort of projects above the eaves level. I'll just go through this. Actually, well, this is quite an important image here, actually. So this is the southern boundary of the site. I'll just try and scroll in slightly. So what this shows is the natural ground level prior to the amendment. So the natural ground level, effectively, you can see it runs along where hopefully you can see my cursor.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Just checking. So it runs along here and then goes upwards towards the eastern end of the property, marginally. It's effectively now been raised at the southern end of the site, which is the shared boundary with number 38, to where about roughly this internal ground level is here. As I say, that's about a 65 centimetre increase. So if I just scroll below. So a couple of things. Because of that increase in ground level at the southern side, and as I said, because it basically meant that what was a 1.8 metre high fence becomes about a 1.2 metre high fence, clearly that raises privacy issues, and it means that you can look over the fence. So there are 2 options of effect. Well, the case officer went back to the applicant, raised the issue and requested that some privacy screen was put in place, preferably a fence, but my understanding is that the applicant wasn't happy to install a fence and has instead decided that a hedge would still be suitable, and we don't disagree with that. So these drawings show a sort of new hedge in situ. Ultimately, we feel that a 1.8 metre high fence from the internal ground, as measured from the internal ground level, which is pretty much consistent with the new ground level in the garden, would also maintain the privacy of the neighbouring property. And cherry laurel's been proposed, which is a fairly standard kind of garden hedge, quite dense, evergreen, and as a result we consider would retain privacy. I mean, what I would point out is just in these 2 windows here. Now, there was actually a previous application on the site for a similar extension, but it was based on incorrect drawings and it wasn't implemented in accordance with the drawings. And it actually been requested that this window here and this window were obscurely glazed. I mean, that we don't consider that previous permission to be a material consideration at this point because, as I say, it was based on incorrect drawings and it wasn't implemented. But that previous permission did state that these windows should be obscurely glazed. Now, they have been obscurely glazed, but and I haven't been on the site. The case officer has, and they've looked through them, and the case officer has confirmed that they're pretty much translucent and you can see almost entirely through the obscure glazing. So they're not really serving the function they were supposed to serve. This window is admittedly high level, although the sill level is, we would normally require a high level window to be about 1.7 meters in height, and this is about 1.5. So I'll talk about the additional material just at the end of this presentation, but there has been a suggestion that this hedge row is extended towards the garage. And I think I can see the logic in that, because as you can see from some of the photos submitted, you know, there is a view, or certainly perception of overlooking from the smaller window, and clear overlooking, I think, from the larger window into the neighbouring property. So this is just a close-up of the evergreen hedge that's proposed. So that would be secured by a planning condition. There's just a couple of things to raise, actually, which may be best served by this other image again, is while the planning condition specifies the height and type of the hedgerow, it does also ask for further approval of details application, because there's just a few things here in terms of, obviously this currently shows the hedgerow going over this set of steps, which obviously descending. Exactly how that would work is not entirely clear from these drawings. So I think we'd want to see more details on that in terms of whether it's fixed planters or something similar, just to basically ensure that hedge is properly protecting privacy. This is just a close-up of the hedge. I don't think it shows you too much more than you've already seen with the other image. And here goes just an aerial view of where the hedge would be located. So it could be, that has been requested through the additional material that it's extended towards the garage. As I say, that seems a fairly sensible idea in my view, but I'll leave it to members to discuss. So 4 objections were received, raising, I won't go through all the issues, but fundamentally the main issue here is loss of privacy. But in some degree there's overlooking, but privacy, well, sorry, roughly the same thing really. There is also light pollution, a few other issues, but clearly privacy and overlooking the fundamental issues here. And also there's an objection from councillor, and we called it to planning committee. So the key considerations are the design and appearance and impact on neighbouring amenity. So it's generally considered the extensions and alterations themselves, they're considered to be acceptable in design terms. And in terms of outlook and light, they're not considered to be a concern. The extension, the rear extension, which is one of the main parts, is in terms of its depth is not unusual, relatively modest. It's not an unusually sized rear extension, and the same with the side garage extension. But the raised rear garden land levels and the sort of translucent side glazing are considered to result in loss of privacy, as I've said, and can be mitigated by a privacy hedge, as discussed. So therefore, subject to planning conditions requiring that privacy screen, either in the form of a fence or hedge, we consider that the application should be approved. And then just a quick word, just on the additional information that I've received just before this committee meeting. I think probably addressed the issues in relation to number 38, which talk about the extension to the hedge all the way to the garage, as it says, and the height being 1.8 metres above the internal floor level. The planning condition had been amended in the late list on Monday, which said exactly the same thing in terms of using the internal floor level of the dwelling as this kind of measure of how high the fence should be. In terms of the comments in relation to the residence of number 42, so my understanding is that relates to the additional fenestration in the north side of the dwelling. Now, there's no windows in the north side of the extension, they're just in the dwelling, and any fenestration added to the north side of a dwelling would be permitted development, wouldn't require planning permission. So we would have no control over their ability to add windows or doors in the north elevation. It's just those additional fenestration in in the rear extension, which does require planning permission. And then one other final thing was, again, since the late list was published, we did have the agent acting on behalf of the applicant, who just basically spotted a bit in our committee report, which says that we consider the previous application to be invalid. They've made the point that only the courts can actually invalidate that planning permission. We accept that permission, but what I would still say is that we don't consider the previous application to be a material consideration in the determination of this application, as I say, because the drawings were inaccurate, the roof and other things didn't represent the actual property, and it wasn't approved. It wasn't built in relation to the approval either. So I think it would just clarify, we don't consider it a material consideration rather than saying that, yeah, that application is invalid. Thank you.
Yes, to expand on that, I was just going to sort of repeat that point really, but yeah, rather than it being an invalid application, it's one that's just impossible to implement because the drawings didn't represent development on site. So that was all.
Thank you. Councillors. Sorry, beg your pardon, we've still got some speakers. Do we have Matthew Bishop here, please? Online?
Yeah.
And Philip Leopard in person. If you'd like to come to the... That's great. Thank you. You've got 3 minutes between you. How did you want to do it? Are you having 90 seconds each or?
It's only me.
It's only you?
Yeah.
No Matthew Bishop?
No, he's in a meeting in...
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, Mr. Leopard, when you're ready, there's a button on the right-hand side at the bottom. And once you start, you've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to thank you for your time and opportunity today to share our concerns. We also would like to share our appreciation for the diligence of Charlie Partridge in preparing a comprehensive and balanced assessment of the issues. If you'll indulge us, we have a couple of oversights we'd like to address and ask for your consideration to cover, which probably have been covered in the last few seconds. For ourselves at number 38, sections 9.9 and 9.14 of the report describe a full-length hedge along the southern boundary, but the submitted plans show a hedge that doesn't quite reach the garage. If you look at the photos we have shared, this still shows and allows our bedroom at the rear, conservatory and garden patio to be overlooked. We are also mindful that condition 2 describes the height of 1.8 metre when the ground level by the rear and side extensions have steps going down. Rather than making amendments to the planning application and risk the last 14 months of the loss of our privacy to go on even longer, we would further ask that conditions 2 are states A, the hedge or closed board fence needs to go all the way to the rear of the garage side extension, and the height should be 1.8 above the internal floor level. For the residents of number 42, section 9.4 describes no significant harm to their amenity from the rear extension, but they would concede that this is reasonable for the extension, but the undocumented changes on the side bathroom window, which has been changed to a patio door, means that they are now overlooked in their living room, whereas they were not before. They would ask for an additional condition for the installed side patio doors to be fitted with frosted glass to maintain their privacy. We thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Would you be able to just switch your microphone off? That's brilliant. Thanks a lot. So we now have Amin Dadgari in person. Hello. Good afternoon. And Mr. Yes, Mr. Dadgari, you're the applicant, is that right?
I am the applicant.
Excellent. So you have 3 minutes to speak when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairs and member of the committee, thank you for allowing me to address you on this application. The officer thorough assessment recommends approval with condition. In find extensions and alterations acceptable in designing terms, with the rear extension subordinate to a host dwelling, and no harm to the appearance and the house or the wider area. This is in accordance with City Plan Policy DM21 and SPD 12. The garage and the front porch are also found no harm neighboring amenities. Permission was previously granted in April 2024. Today, the application is about regularizing the as-built differences and securing a proportional mitigation. We recognize the concerns raised by the neighbors and the council assignment about privacy at number 38 Selhurst Road. Those concerns have shaped the proposed mitigation. We are content with the recommended conditions requiring a 1.8 high privacy hedge and alternatively closed boards fence along the full length of the southern boundary. And we commit to install and maintain the screening promptly so it provides an immediate and lasting solution for the garden level views. The officer identified the raised rear garden level along the southern boundary as the main source of the overlook. The recommended 1.8 boundary screening directly resolves that. Condition 4 of the planning permission requires obscure glazed and non-opening below 1.7 meter. The windows installed meet that description. It is fitted with an obscure translucent glass, not a film, applied to a clear glazing, which is what the informative addresses. In any event, the recommendation of 1.8 meter boundary screening will address the view from both the raised garden and the side window comprehensively. In these circumstances, approval with a recommended condition would secure identified mitigation swiftly and with certainty. The officers found the design acceptable and identified focused amenities concern which the boundary screening will resolve effectively and enforceably. Refusal risks prolonging uncertainty and delay delivering the same mitigation without improving neighbors' amenity in the interim. Granting permissions regularizes the as-built differences now, locks in the boundary screening, and provides clarity and certainty for all parties. We therefore respectfully invite the committee to follow the recommendation and grant the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, questions? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Question to officers, please. I'm a bit confused about this obscure glazing. Did you say that in the previous in a previous application, the condition was that the windows should be obscured? How comes they're not, and why haven't we insisted that they be so? Thank you.
That's correct. So in the previous application, there was a condition that they're obscurely glazed. So they have been sort of partially obscurely glazed, but it's not the normal, not to the degree that we would normally expect in terms of ensuring the privacy of the neighbouring property. So they're relatively translucent, and I don't think adequately protect the privacy of the neighbouring property. So in terms of why is nothing being done about that, or that's being addressed through this application, you could ask them to take out those panes and put in more obscurely glazed, better obscure glazing, or in this case, it seems that it could all be resolved through the implementation of a privacy screen stroke hedge.
Cattell.
Sorry, sorry, I couldn't quite catch all of what you were saying about the previous application and so on and so forth. But I just wondered which elements of this taken individually would be permitted development. So, for example, would the rear extension have been PD, or does it exceed the length and width and everything?
Well, in terms of what? Sorry. It's a good question. I haven't broken it down into component parts. In terms of the overall height from ground level, depending where you measure it, it's probably that, because the ground level effectively, when you go up from the steps, and what the ground level was previously, it was obviously lower. So I suspect that it exceeded permitted development at that point. And the other thing that my colleagues just helpfully pointed out is that it breaks the eaves line as well of the property, which is the fundamental reason. Sorry.
My next question would be, to me it seems as though the main issue here is the fact that the ground level has been raised. So say, for example, if we refuse this, and because it's already been implemented, we would take enforcement action. Now, would the enforcement action say that everything's got to come away, and not be knocked down? Or would we just ask for the ground level to be reinstated? Because if that does happen, because it seems to me that everything else on here, like the side, the porch would be probably PD, and putting those new windows and doors in. And also, I think some of the windows seem to be high level, so I'm not sure how, they affect privacy. But anyway, so I'm just thinking of a situation where this, where if we did refuse it and we did have to take enforcement action, would it just be on the ground level? Because it seems to me that everything else is fine.
Yes, I mean, we wouldn't expect what we see to be a reasonable rear extension, side extension porch to be demolished. We would, I think any enforcement notice would be tailored accordingly to focus on the actual area, the problem area, which would be the raising ground levels and the issues that that's created. And also potentially the side windows not being obscurely glazed. That might be another thing that would be addressed.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're very clear that if the application is refused, we would then undertake an enforcement investigation to ascertain the minimum necessary to remedy the breach. It doesn't mean that we would naturally immediately take enforcement action. And just need to make that clear.
Just wanted to hear you say that.
Yes, of course. Yeah, it is probably worth also bearing in mind that, yes, if we refuse the application, the applicant will have a right of appeal as well, which may run concurrently with an enforcement investigation, depending. So.
Councillor now.
Thank you, Chair. The gentleman who represented the residents of number 38, I apologise, I can't remember his name, has made two, what on the face of it are quite reasonable requests to amend condition 2 so it states that the boarded fence or the hedge goes all the way to the garage and that the height should be 1.8 metres above the internal floor level. Would those, if we were inclined to ask that of you, would they be reasonable requests and would they be enforceable?
Yeah, I'd say yes to both. They would be. I think there is a reasonable request. I think there is a bit of a gap there currently that should probably be filled just to ensure that the overlooking is minimised. And I think that the best level to take it from would be the internal ground level. It's shown clearly on the drawings, it runs through the entire site, and I think on those drawings, so it's a very clear level with which to assess the height of the hedge against. And as I say, I did on the late list amend the condition before I'd received this to actually refer to that.
So they've already been amended to reflect the request of the residents at number 38?
Not quite. I wasn't aware of the actual request. We're just obviously aligned in our thinking in relation to the level. What hadn't been amended in that condition was the suggestion of extending the hedge all the way to the garage. But I do think there's a clear logic to that.
Councillor Pickett.
Sorry. Can I come back on that question? So looking at the photos, I don't entirely understand how that is physically possible, because it does look like you could put a hedge in all the way up to the pots. Does that really work?
So this is why in the condition, while it sets out the general requirements, it also requires further details under an approved of details application, because the applicant and their agent have suggested that it basically you could have fixed planters going down the steps. But I think it would be good to know exactly how that's going to work and that it will work, because that was my first thought. How do you actually get the hedge going down the steps? Now, if that can be shown to be possible, then fine, that's the solution. But currently on the drawings that we have, it sort of just shows the hedge kind of sort of floating above some of those steps. So I don't think we've quite got enough information to ensure. Yes, and just Charlie has, and they said fixed planters, but I think it would just be useful to have some information showing exactly where those fixed planters are, the depth of those planters, just all the things that would actually influence how well a hedge can establish.
Is that something you could answer, Mr. Takari?
The entire hedging will be in a raised planters indeed, and over the steps, that's the only solution we can do, because if the positions of that is too close to the foundations of the nearby building, so it has to be contained and it has to be in a raised planters. And it will, to me, as an applicant, I will gladly go all the way to the garage, because that actually gives me a complete green line that will complete my carbon neutral house. So that works perfectly for me.
So you would basically have like a pot of something that is, because obviously the very bottom one's going to have to be a lot taller so that they all meet the 1.8. Is that what we're talking about?
Exactly. So but they're all going to be actually like in a raised bed planters. So it's actually the height of the hedge that you will plant over the steps to actually maintain the same line all the way. So currently at the bottom of the steps, we currently have number 38, like a wooden fence that is in 2.2 meters height, right? So that is a very ugly fence, and I will gladly cover that with the raised planters of 70 and put a hedge in front of it, so I don't have to look at it, because I'm not even allowed to paint it.
Great, thank you. While I've got you, can I ask about the, well, don't go. I don't know if anybody else wants to ask, and I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but is there a reason why this so-called, obscure glazing is not obscured, and would you be prepared to take them out and put proper obscure glazing?
I'm more than happy to actually answer that. We have ordered an obscured glazing, and we chose the pattern of the obscured glazing from an approved building regulation. So we have installed that, and the building control has inspected, and the house is signed off by building regulation. This was inspected by the officer, by the building control. So that's James Barney. The house has already been signed off by building control. Further to that, during the build, we have been reported for illegal building. So the planning enforcement officer attended start, middle, and the last day that everything was signed off. And they have looked at it. It is an acceptable obscure glaze, and there is nothing to do about it. It was Emma, who actually was the planning enforcement officer, who also invited us in writing from council to submit a non-material amendment for all the changes to the rear, which, thanks to my neighbors' objections, was rejected. So, and here we are today.
So, but I thought we said that the planning officer went and they were obviously not obscure. It was not obscure glass.
During the course of this application, the determination of this application, the case officer had a look and basically felt that you could see quite clearly through it. So I do know what you say about the enforcement officer. Ultimately, they make recommendations, but the main fundamental decisions are made as part of this planning application. And whether or not it would have been dealt with as a non-material amendment would have been separate from neighbours objecting. An increase in the height of a rear extension, which this was, would never be dealt with as a non-material amendment, or at least an increase at this scale, where it goes above the eaves level. That's why a new planning application is required.
Right.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly touch on the bit we covered from the resident in relation to number 42. So it states in there that the installation of the side patio doors, they say in the bits we've been handed that it's in the bathroom, but I think it's attached to the office. That installation of patio doors would breach their privacy. I was just wondering, because in the plans I've got, the patio doors are already installed, are already there and part of the current property, and they actually are removing windows from that side, not adding on. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that, if those patio doors are there currently or what's going on.
A lot of this work's retrospective, so my understanding is they've already put those in. But as I say, it's to put at ground floor level, to put new windows and doors in your property is permitted development on the whole, unless there's some sort of old planning condition which prevents it, which isn't the case for most houses. So it would be, in this case, it would be permitted development anyway. Doesn't require planning permission, so we wouldn't seek to control it or ask them to replace it with obscure glazing.
Councillor Pickett.
Sorry, it's for the applicant. Sorry, my question's for the applicant. So would you consider changing the glass then that you've already put in, but would you consider doing that now?
I have ordered and paid for those glass exactly into the building control and building regulations specification. They have been installed accordingly. And further to that installation, it has been signed up by building control. It has been inspected by planning enforcement officer, which confirmed their compliance. It has been also viewed and seen by Charlie, who is the new case officer, who also agrees it is in compliance. Therefore, we propose the alternative just because we don't want to change their classes. And to basically like touch it all up, I have instructed independent legal assessments of the entire development to generate a legal report for me of if there is any breaches that I need to be aware of. So all of those are in compliance, therefore no.
Just going to put a point of clarification here that on this application that we have before us, there isn't a condition requiring the obscure glazing.
No.
No, there is not on this application. On this application, the measures that are being proposed with the fence and the hedge, as Ben has explained, are the measures to secure privacy. And also just would say the building regs is, as we all know, building regulations is a different process. Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, just one very quick one on condition 2. It says very specifically in it that the privacy barrier will either be a fence or a cherry laurel. I was just wondering if there was a specific reason it had to be a cherry laurel style cherry laurel hedge, or if it could be any form of obscuring hedge.
I think that basically cherry laurel had been discussed, it had been looked into and was deemed to be an evergreen hedge that grows at a density that would retain privacy. In all honesty, if it were a slightly different hedge, the key thing here is that it retains the privacy. So I don't think that would be our. I'm sorry, and as has just been pointed out by my colleague, at the beginning of the condition, it says unless otherwise agreed in writing. So what that effectively allows is not a get out of jail clause. It's just quite simply it allows for a degree of flexibility, providing that the solution protects the privacy of the neighbouring property. So if somebody comes along with a better form of hedging that everyone can agree to and retains privacy, fine.
Any more questions? Councillor Theobald.
It was about a different matter because when I first saw this, I thought is a problem with the heat pump. I don't know where it's situated because that can make a noise, but just wanted to know.
So the heat pump is on the proposed heat pump is on the northern side of the dwelling, and there is a condition that would be attached with the planning consent. It's in the committee report, which basically just seeks to ensure that it doesn't exceed background noise levels. So that's a fairly standard condition to basically give us some control. If for some reason a very noisy heat pump is installed, then we can enforce that.
Any more questions? Shall we move to debate? Thank you, Mr. Sorry, I'm just going to have another clarification.
Sorry, it was just a quick one. So the condition as worded currently requires an approval of details, an additional approval of details. I just wanted to clarify. I mean that the condition can stay as it was, or whether members wanted more detail in the condition to avoid an approval of details with specification of planters, fixed planters on the steps and so on. I just wanted to be clear whether there was any view on that, because have I confused matters?
Sorry.
So currently the condition is worded, sets out the form of privacy screen, but it does say that an approval of details application will be required further down the line with further details. I'm quite happy to keep it like that. I wasn't sure if there was discussion about fixed planters being in place and an agreement to the extension of the hedge. So I wasn't sure if there was some suggestion that rather than approval of details, it's all laid out in this current condition, and then it can be implemented more quickly.
So you're saying that what we should be doing is agreeing the planters now, rather than trying to
I just wanted to
debate further down the line.
Perhaps I've confused matters. I just wanted to clarify that was the case, that we can either add to this condition, or we can or we can go down the approval of details application, but that would add probably about 8 weeks onto the process. So it's just in terms of the general speed of dealing with that issue.
I'm hoping that Mr. Zagari is going to do the right thing by his neighbours. That's what I've got. That's why I'm pinning my hopes on that. But Councillor Robinson, and then.
I think through you, Chair, I think to support the neighbours, it would be good to agree the full details now so it doesn't have to come back in 8 weeks. So good suggestion.
Councillor Nan?
I was going to ask what's more efficient, but I think you've answered that question.
Well, if the wording of the condition was to include an extension of the hedge up to the garage, to be fixed in place with fixed planters on the steps or something to that. I mean, we're coming up with wording now, but if we can agree exactly what roughly the content should be, then I can just finesse it.
Yeah. Sorry, somebody's going to propose. Then Councillor Shanks is going to propose. Do I have a second? It might be a bit early, a bit previous.
Yeah, sorry, basically to extend the hedge past the garage or whatever
At the
wording is.
all the way down the steps. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Nan, a thirder?
I don't want to further, Chair, no.
Okay.
There was a B as well, that the height should be 1.8 above the internal, but I think you've already done that, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah, come on.
I don't think I've ever discussed a hedge in quite so much detail in my life.
Yes, if possible, I'd just like to make, officers are going to recommend the condition 2 is amended in the following way. Unless otherwise agreed in writing with the local planning authority, within 4 months of the date of this permission, a 1.8 metre high, measured from the internal ground level of the dwelling, privacy screen, either in the form of a close bordered fence or a mature hedge of cherry laurel, I'm going to pronounce the Latin name for that, of a mature hedge of cherry laurel in fixed planters, shall be planted along the southern boundary of the site, up to the garage hereby approved, in accordance with the details submitted and approved as part of this application. The fence hedge shall thereafter be retained and maintained to a minimum height of 1.8 metres. Should a hedge be planted, any part of the hedge that dies, becomes diseased, damaged, or is removed, shall be replaced within the next planting season with a cherry laurel hedge of a similar size, unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local planning authority.
Okay. Yep.
That's the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Pickett.
Sorry, I just want to add one bit. Because the hedge isn't going to be 1.8 from the bottom of the garage, it's going to be taller. So I don't know if that matters. I just wanted to say that.
The first part of the condition will state that a 1.8 metre high measured from the internal ground floor level of the dwelling.
Yeah.
So that's sort of its minimum.
So if it's lower than that, it has to be taller. Could we take a vote on that amendment to the condition? All those in favour? We've all spoken enough about hedge, you know.
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Shall we move on to debate? Or to the vote? Anyone want to debate it or to the vote? Thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming. And again, good neighbours is what really matters in this world. So I hope that everybody's going to work something out together. Thank you. To the vote, all those in favour? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Planning permission granted with the revised condition. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. And make sure you keep those plants alive because we'll be round to make sure that they're not dying. Very good. Thank you. Shall we move on? Or would you like to discuss cherry laurel in the Latin? Any further?
I should have tried.
We now have, this is to you, Matthew. So, Hove Park Road, BH 2024-03142.
Thanks, Chair. Just give us a minute and I'll get the presentation up.
Yeah.
Okay, so item H is 87 Hove Park Road, BH 2024-03-142. And this is an application which is seeking planning permission for a number of roof alterations, including general replacement of the roof, the erection of 3 new proposed dormers to the roof, 2 to the side and 1 to the rear, and other associated alterations. Here's a map of the application site. You can see the application site there to the east of Hove Park on Hove Park Road, and Goldstone Crescent running on the west-hand side of it. There it is. You can see the site outlined in red on the existing location plan, set 2 plots in from the corner of Goldstone Crescent. Here's an aerial photograph of the site to give you some context. And is the 3D aerial form of it, which you can see as it sits adjacent to its 2 neighbours. Here was the street photograph of the site that was taken a little while ago. And there is a rear of the site itself. You can see its relationship with its neighbour, certainly to the left from that picture. And you can again just see that additional aerial, just in a bit of a closer view, so you can see the sort of the nature of the tight roof slopes of the application site against the other properties. Ground floor and existing roof plans. There's minimal change to the ground floor, largely mostly internal alterations, and there's very little there that requires planning permission. Nothing really significantly changing externally from the first floor either. But what the application does propose, as I said before, is the addition of these 3 dormers, and these are shown there in 3 dark rectangles, as you can see. So the top of the site, the front of the building rather, is at the top of this frame. So you have a rear dormer and then 2 side dormers. That on the floor plan is shown to illustrate, to provide light to a studio and a gymnasium, and then a study on the rear. Existing elevations, as I say, the application does propose the whole replacement of the roof, but there's no enlargement of that roof proposed, other than the additional dormers, which are here on elevation form. So the front elevation on the top left, the side elevation there on the top right, as it would face to the east, the other side elevation as it would face to the west, and the rear elevation there with the dormer set in also there. We had a bat survey that was undertaken on this application, which regrettably caused some delay to the determination of it, hence this application has a 2024 reference. The bat survey undertaken did conclude that the presence of bats was there, and there were additionally 4 other bat species that were found to be using the site for commuting and foraging. No bird nests were established during the site survey. The recommendations of the county ecologist and the ecology report were that to make sure that the applicants apply for a natural England development licence to legally carry out those works, given that bats are a protected species. The no redevelopment works can proceed on the structure until October, when the bats have gone into the hibernation roosts. At the start of the works, the site needs to be supervised by a licensed ecologist, and then to install some bat compensatory features along with some other recommended optional conditions. Those have been embedded into the conditions recommended, and in fact, I think we have a verbal update. There was an update on the late list to provide an additional condition, I think, although someone's now just taken my late list. There were 8 objections to the representations. There were 8 objections to the application received for a number of reasons: inappropriate height, poor design, overdevelopment, overshadowing, loss of view, loss of privacy. And some concerns in regards to bats and the biodiversity and the ecology of the site also. In officer's view, we have recommended a condition which requires that the northernmost windows on both sides of the dwelling are obscure glazed and fixed shut up to 1.7 metres from floor level in the rooms in which they're located. The condition 6 recommends that all ecological measures contained within the Bat Emergency Survey report are implemented. And otherwise, subject to those conditions, the planning officers consider there's no harm to the character of the area of the street scene, no harm to neighbouring amenity. A air source heat pump and some plant noise is identified in an outbuilding at the rear. So we're also applying a condition to ensure that doesn't cause harm to neighbouring amenity. And again, the measures of the ecology, the recommendations within the Bat Survey report are carried out as part of the development proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would now like to ask Sinclair Bilton if he is here. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming to Planning Committee. There's 2 of you. Did you both want to speak? Okay, you've got the full 3 minutes, Mr. Bilton. So there's a little button on the bottom right when you're ready. And we will time you whenever you're ready. Thank you.
My name is Sinclair. I live at 89 Hove Park Road, which is the property to the west of number 87 Hove Park Road. Ian here with me today lives at 83. Ian Turner, who lives at 85, wanted to be here but is currently in Australia. I understand he has submitted some words to be included. I understand that Terence Paddenberg, number 54, has also submitted a document as is unable to be here in person. You will note there have been 8 online objections to this application. In this part of Hove Park Road, there are not a huge number of houses, and this number represents most of the properties that are directly impacted by this application. One exception is number 56, opposite and to the south of number 87. Christine does object, but is elderly and hasn't managed the online objection. She has, however, submitted a statement to be added for this hearing. So that means everyone who is closely impacted by this application has objected. I would like to briefly talk about some detail on the application and then the wider issues. On the detail, it's been noted that obscured glass is required for the side dormer facing east and only one of the west facing dormers. I would like to ask 3 questions. 1, if obscured glass is necessary in the dormers, how, when both west facing dormers which sit side by side, can it be determined that one is impactful and the other isn't? 2, have the planning officers and councillors been made aware of what is below these windows in the property of number 89? If they haven't, then to inform you, there are 2 skylights that go directly into the kitchen area. It has also been noted that obscured glass is required up to 1.7 metres, below the UK male average. Is therefore 1.7 enough? If for Ian here, 1.7 only goes up to his chin. At number 89, when obscured glass has been required, it was required to the full height of the window. Last question on the windows. There is no mention of whether windows such as these are non-opening. To safeguard privacy, any windows that have obscured glass should surely be non-opening. Otherwise, it seems this doesn't safeguard privacy at all. Why is there no confirmation on this? On the wider issues, when looking at Hove Park Road, there are no houses that have side dormers for the second floor loft conversions. With many loft conversions, Velux windows are used at the side and only dormers at the back. This applies to houses on Hove Park Road, and it seems the road's very close to Hove Park Road, all using Velux at the side for their loft conversions. It seems as if the intention here for number 87 is to have made an application to have panoramic views of the area from a very high level. No other houses on Hove Park Road are developed like this. If this application were to be approved, it would set an unwanted precedent for side dormers, which you will have noted the neighbours strongly object to. I also note that Councillor Lyons is objecting to this application. I urge you to please reconsider this application and amend to have Velux windows on the side and dormers only at the back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lyons, would you like to come and take a seat? If you wouldn't mind, if you go back to your seats, that'd be great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Councillor. When you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, fellow councillors. 87 Hove Park Road is located at the western end of Hove Park Road, very close to Hove Park. There is one house to the west before the road ends at Goldstone Crescent. Residents are not against changes, and there have been a number of property developments within very close proximity to 87 Hove Park Road in recent years. I note that the planning officer recommends the panel to grant planning permission subject to a number of conditions. I actually concur with the planning officer's recommendations in the main. However, as the planning committee is aware, new buildings, extensions, roof terraces, balconies, and the location of new windows should be carefully designed to avoid overlooking. The most sensitive areas include living rooms, bedrooms, and kitchens. I am not convinced that the side dormers proposed from the applicant will be in keeping with other properties in the area. The windows on the eastern elevation will have a direct line of sight into one of the bedrooms of 85 Hove Park Road, and the west-facing dormers would overlook into 2 skylights that are into the kitchen at number 89, both sensitive areas. Now, I understand that other property owners within the vicinity who have previously applied for dormer windows were refused because of privacy issues. Consequently, their applications were restricted in the main to Velux windows. I see no reason why dormer windows should be granted in this application, or, if approval given, to be fully glazed. I would also add that the scale of the proposed side dormers and the extension of the roof will create a 3-storey block in appearance from the road. This would set a precedence in Hove Park Road and is not in keeping with neighbourly houses. Therefore, I cannot recommend approval at this time and trust that the Planning Committee will agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is Vidas Bismanis here, the applicant? Good afternoon. And the agent, David Williams?
David's going to speak.
Oh, David's going to speak for all three. Okay, great. And Franco Ibba as well. Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Williams. There's a button on the bottom right, which when you press, and the little light's on. So you've got 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so I'm the agent and designer for the application, so thank you for your time and opportunity to speak here today. Just a few quick points really we wanted to make on the application. We've undertaken a second structural report on the roof structure over the last few weeks, and the recommendations and conclusions are the same as the previously submitted on this application. The roof structure has been deemed to be structurally unsafe, and these issues need to be rectified. This is one of the main reasons for the submission of the application back in December 2024, and the client is using this news as an opportunity to maximise the space within the existing second floor while striking a balance to ensure the street scene is not negatively affected. The original plan was to progress this application under a lawful development certificate, which is why we have designed the dormers to suit permitted development in terms of size, scale and aesthetic. The dormers are proposed to be constructed in materials to match the existing roof cell. All 3 dormers combined are less than the 50 cubic metres, and they will be set back a minimum of 200 mil from the eaves. We believe at the time the only item that needed to go through plan in the application was the side windows, as these were not proposed to be obscurely glazed. We recognise the concerns from the neighbours, and having reviewed the online comments, we've offered a design amendment to the case officer as a compromise to complete the proposed window to the north elevation, which is the gym, and obscure glaze the windows to the studio if these windows are deemed to be overlooking. We believe that we have addressed all other concerns with regards to privacy, overlooking and height. The bridge height will remain as existing. It's also worth noting that the existing bedroom currently benefits from 5 Velux windows, which are all openable. The main reason for submitting the proposal under a planning application is that we wanted to seek advice from the county ecologist to ensure that all processes and procedures were followed during, before and after the project due to the possibility of bats in the area. We've undertaken a number of bat emergent surveys over the past year and will follow the recommendations and compensations throughout the build from both the county ecologist and elite ecology, which will include bat boxes, site supervision during the strip out, soft landscaping, low lighting and careful consideration to the surrounding environment. We have prepared and informed Nature England that should we receive a positive result today, that we will apply for the licence to start undertaking structural amendments to the roof. We hope that the committee will agree that the recommendation for approval from the case officers.
Thank you very much. Councillors, who would like to start us off with some questions, please? Oh, no questions. Looks as if you've answered everything. Councillor Robertson.
Well, thank you, applicant. It seems like some of the mitigations that they propose probably should satisfy the neighbours. Have we got that written anywhere? Is it an addendum or something? Or have we not got to that process yet?
So we did receive other amended plans, and I think from what I recall, they're in the process. We agree with the applicant to proceed on the basis of these plans that you have in front of you now. So although they were suggested to us, I think it was agreed eventually that we will proceed with these plans now. So the application that we're deciding is the one before you, which doesn't have, it has the recommended condition 4, which seeks to obscure glaze the eastern dormer and to obscure the northernmost dormer on the western side, but not to entirely block those out. I think I'll leave you to ask your question. I have a point of clarification on the permitted development that was spoken about there. Should I speak about that now? Only to say that I think we need to be cautious about whether or not these works could be achievable under permitted development. The building appears to have been clearly extended at some point in the past. I'll just show you the aerial imagery of the building now, which it's not conclusive, so I want to be very cautious about that. It would appear from looking at it that perhaps this whole side section here is a two-story extension. It may not be. It may be original, but the way that these roof junctions are working suggests to me that that potentially is an extension. Now, without looking at the planning history fully back into the past, we're not going to know for sure. So I just want to say that unless it's a lawful development certificate that's before us, and it's not, I don't think we should give any weight to the permitted development fallback, because I'm very sceptical as to whether or not it could be achieved under permitted development. What I would say is, under permitted development, side dormers are permissible, subject to the volume restrictions, and subject to a restriction that windows are glazed up to 1.7 from floor level, and non-opening. Now, this condition doesn't require them to be on non-opening, but it does require them to be obscure glazed up to 1.7 from the floor level.
Could we ask the applicant about the extension? Who would like to ask the applicant about the extension? Councillor Shanks.
Sorry, my question was just about that opening, because I would have thought you would want them to open, because it's very hot in the top of houses which have got, in my experience, I've lived in one once, if you haven't got a loft above you, you know, it can be, you would want to have ventilation. So were you saying that that non-opening is part of the conditions, or? Sorry.
No, sorry, no, the non-opening is not part of this condition as recommended, but if councillors want to amend that condition, they'd be welcome to. Non-opening is required by the permitted development legislation as well, up to 1.7. So above 1.7, which is considered to be the standard within the legislation, above that, it can be opened and be non-obscure glazed. If I may as well, I'm just going to bring you back to into the aerial image again. Just explain some of the rationale, some of the decisions. So, I mean, properties have mutual overlooking, particularly in city centre environments and in suburban environments. Every first floor window is overlooking each other's garden. That's not an unusual relationship in the city. What is the areas that are the most sensitive are the areas, first of all, to habitable rooms, as one of the objectives has stated, but also to the areas directly adjacent to the rear of the houses. Those areas are the areas you want to generally protect from direct overlooking, and certainly directly into windows of the rear elevations. Side elevation windows naturally are a bit more sensitive to change, because there's often a lot of side windows on properties, and the spacing between properties in a suburban environment is not unusual for those to be tight, so there's always can be considered a degree of mutual overlooking on the sides. What the rationale for the way that the application that condition has been worded is that on the eastern side, it's felt that because the position of the dormer at approximately here would kind of create a very clear view of this area here. That's why that's been required to be obscure glazed. And then on the other side, where it's a dormer that sort of sits across that middle, it's considered that the northernmost window, so the window closest to the back, is the one that's obscure glazed, as opposed to both of them. However, you know, councillors can amend that if they so wish, but I just thought I'd explore the rationale for that.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shanks. Somebody said that there would be a view down into those Velux windows, but the height, I don't know, that they presumably mean the house to the right on your picture has got those windows, but I don't know what the height would be. I would have thought it's about similar height. Apparently don't have an answer to that. It's just speculation. There was one of the objectors said that people would be able to look down through those windows. I'm just wondering where the height difference is, because it doesn't look like it on there.
I mean, based on the aerial photograph, I don't know whether we want to bring one of those neighbours back to answer that question as to which Veluxes we're referring to, because if I show you the aerial image one more time, as we're seeing it here, we've got these three roof lights on the ridge of the roof. Yeah. These roof lights to the front of the roof. Yeah. These roof lights to the back and side there. Unless we're referring to this roof light on that rear extension, I'm not sure.
So the pictures you're looking at are quite old, and you may well be aware that we are currently in the process of having our kitchen renovated, and in that where you see the glass is where the kitchen, the first single-story kitchen, is being done. Now you've got details of that because applications went through a while ago, and there are two skylights going into that kitchen. And I would recommend coming to see the property, because if you stand under those skylights and look up, and you'll see where those dormers are going to be, and they look down into the kitchen. So if those windows, if they're dormer windows, and they're opening dormer windows, glazed or not, you are going to be able to see directly into the kitchen. So I can't understand why that would be allowed. I can't understand why one would be, if it were to go through, why one would be glazed and one obscured and one wouldn't. And if they're opening, then you can just open the window and look in and look down as well. So that would be a real big invasion of our privacy into one of the main rooms of the house. And so I would recommend coming to see. That's a real issue for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Theobald. I just wondered if both these roof lights could be obscure glazed, but they do have windows that only open just a few inches to let the air in, not open, right open. Whether this can be adjusted, because actually it's a safety thing as well, could be something like that. So it works both ways.
Again, if councillors wish to amend condition 4 as to require the full obscure glazing of both side dormers and to require them to be fixed shut up to 1.7, obviously that's in your powers to do so. I think sometimes there is a bit of a problem with restrictors and using those because of the enforceability of them. For example, they can be a screw in a windowsill, or they can be built into the window themselves. They're quite difficult and quite easy for the next person to come in and undo. So, as I say, in accordance with kind of the way the national legislation is prescribed, 1.7 from floor level for obscure glazing and fixing shut is deemed to be appropriate. I appreciate there's people in this world of all shapes and sizes, and people may always want to get views in, and there's nothing that's ever going to be able to stop them if they do. But the 1.7 from floor level is considered to be kind of, the national benchmark for that. Well, I mean, 1.8 is 1.8 is the garden fences that you buy in B&Q that are straight off the shelf.
6 foot.
Yeah.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you for that. I think it would be not right to have those windows fixed, but obscuring I think would be a good idea, and it goes part way to solving the issue with the neighbours, I'd say.
Any more questions? Should we move to debate? Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Cattell. Thank you.
Hello, I'll be voting for this. I can't really see a problem with it. I think the design is fine, and all the dormers are in, unusually, because a lot of dormers are really hideous, but these ones are actually in keeping with the house. And I think, to be honest, do people really stand at the window gazing down into their neighbour's bedroom? Or their neighbour's kitchen? I just find that, sort of a bit. I don't think people do that. They just want to get on with what they're doing, and that's, and I think that's, I think it's a bit unreasonable to think that someone is going to stand there. They'd have to be really weird. Anyway, I'm going to vote for it.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to propose changing condition 4, because I'm still on the fence on that. Oh God, let's not go back to fencing again. But in relation to forcing those windows to be shut, I'd be very against that, because heat rises. That's in that loft. That's going to get unbearably hot unbearably quickly, and the only way to solve that without opening windows is going to be air conditioning, which I'd personally rather avoid installing, and is going to be expensive to run to whoever owns the home. And in relation to people leaning out and staring out the window, if someone is that desperate to invade privacy and are prepared to go to that extent, they're going to find a way no matter what. Where there's a will, there's a way, and you can't sit there and use legislation and use the legal powers of the council to predict every eventuality that someone is going to find. To quote an old saying, if you build a 10-foot wall, you make business for 11-foot ladders. So on that basis, I am minded to vote in favour of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robertson.
I'd be happy to propose the amendment for the other window if others would agree. Shall we? We're not doing that? Yeah, I'm proposing it. They can vote against it, can't they?
Oh, you want to amend it, or you don't want to amend it?
I'd like to propose that.
You want to add an amendment?
Yes.
I believe what Councillor Robertson, am I correct in saying that you're proposing to amend the condition and can you please express what you'd like the condition to do over and above what it does already?
To add an obscurity to the other dormer.
Well, that is.
So, yeah, so the east facing door window is already required to be obscured. And it is only the northernmost window in the western. So you're saying the whole of the western window. So effectively, are you saying that you'd like to see both side dormers obscure glazed?
If that answers to the question, not the question, the concern of the president with the concern of overlooking of their new kitchen roof glass, then yes, which I think it does.
Does anybody want to second that? Okay, Councillor Etheridge.
So just very quickly, is this in relation to the windows on all three sides or just the east and the west? Windows on east and west doors?
I thought it was just on the north side, didn't it?
If I could just clarify, we're talking about the side dormers.
Yeah.
And one of those side dormers, I've said the most northern window of it. Yeah. So for the purpose of this condition, if I understand correctly, Councillor Robertson is proposing to amend condition 4 to require both side dormers to be fully obscure glazed. Thank you.
Both sides. Okay.
Okay, so
Councillor Pickett.
Sorry, before we do that, are we allowed to also add to the amendment that we only want them to partly open, so the partway?
No.
This is like cherry laurel hedging on the beginning. When people don't open windows.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's fine.
Well, I'll just repeat what the national. The General Permitted Development Order allows side windows and side dormers, but it requires them to be obscure glazed and fixed shut up to 1.7 from floor level.
Yes.
That's the national standard.
Yes.
So if I understand it, then Councillor Robertson, you are proposing that condition 4 is amended to say the side dormer windows of the development hereby permitted shall not be glazed otherwise than obscure glass up to 1.7 from floor level in the room in which the window is located and thereafter permanently retained as such.
So who is proposing that? Councillor Robertson. And who is seconding it? Councillor Etheridge. Okay, great. Okay, shall we take a vote? All those in favour? All those against?
1, 2, 3. Hold on, I didn't get the. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm whizzing on too fast. All
Let
those
me
in
count.
favour?
That'd be great. Can we have 4, please?
All those against? All those abstaining?
1. Okay. Chair, to confirm then, that amendment is carried. Thank you.
Shall we go to the vote? Have we finished with the debate? Does anybody else want to say anything? I mean, I'm going to agree with my colleague here because I've got skylights in my kitchen and my neighbours can see straight in there. And if they're standing by their window to be that strange to look into what I'm doing in my kitchen, then they're good luck to them. There's nothing that exciting happening in my kitchen. I feel like this whole thing about opening windows, not opening windows, seems to be very moot. If you've got neighbours who are going to start spying on you, they can find a way, or perhaps, have a word with them and ask them not to. I don't know. Should we go for I will be voting in favour of it. Should we go to the vote? All those in favour?
It's
four.
One, two.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Planning permission is granted with the revised.
Thank you to everybody for your time coming in today, and I hope this resolves the issues. And again, good relations between neighbours is what really matters here, I think. Yes, should we take a 10-minute break? But can we make it 10 minutes and no more? I mean, I would say 5 because I know it could take 10, but yes, please, back at 10 to. We are now moving on to Braymore Road, and we have Matthew doing the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we are moving on to item I, which is 77 Braymore Road, BH 2025-03063. Okay. So this application description is for the demolition of the existing garage and the erection of a replacement side extension, ground and first floor rear extension, and hip to gable loft conversion with associated roof vaults and extensions and revised fenestration. Here's a map of the application site. It's sited just south of New Church Road over in Hove. There is in outline in red, set back from the corner, so it's behind those properties that sit on New Church Road. So it's perpendicular to those on Braymore Road. And yes, you've got Langdale Gardens to the rear of the site there. So you're seeing that as an aerial image of the site. Here's a 3D aerial image of the site as we look towards the west, as it is existing. And you'll see that the garage is currently conjoined with the neighbouring garage there, a property as that sits on New Church Road. Some street photos of the site, showing the existing west elevation again there. As existing, this is the rear elevation, so that faces the rear of Langdale Gardens, and the rear garden of the dwelling house there with Langdale Gardens behind it. I'm going to, okay, so basically the application proposes at ground floor, we've got a side extension and a rear extension. So if you look at the left-hand side is the ground floor plan as existing. That ground floor side garage would then be removed and the side extension would be erected there alongside it, slightly detached from the neighbouring garage, but up to the rear boundary. A rear extension is proposed at 3 metres in depth from the existing rear wall of the dwelling house at ground floor. At first floor, there would be an extension into this corner element here at first floor, which you can just see there. And then the roof form would be somewhat substantially changed. So the roof form will go from a front hip to gable ends on either side and be extended to the rear with 2 small pitched roofs. So there is in floor plan form. I guess you'll see more clearly on the extensions what's happening with the roof. So on the front, we'll just stay with the front again. So where you've got side hips, those are going out to side, elongated side gables with a small front dormer. The side extension there, which you can just see on the left-hand side. And the roof form, yes, is being extended with effectively what we call a crown roof, which is that flat roofed element at the top rather, towards the rear. And then at the rear itself, there would be that roof form would then fall into 2 small pitches, or small pitches, as you can see there, with the ground floor extension underneath it. As you can see, the extensions are largely to the roof space. The overall footprint of the dwelling, with the exception of obviously with the ground floor re-extension, doesn't substantially change. A lot of that development is occurring within the roof space. So that's proposed east, rear, and north side elevations. We have received 10 objections to the proposal. Detrimental effect on value, inappropriate height, overdevelopment, overshadowing, poor design, restriction of view, too close to the boundaries, and some other matters. Key designs for us were design and appearance of the dwelling and the impact on amenity. The conclusion and planning balance in this one is that the amended design for the detached dwelling house is acceptable and in keeping with local character. The development actually reflects something that was approved directly opposite the site at 80 Braymore Road. Privacy and overlooking impacts are minimised given the orientation of the windows. The depth of the 2-storey elements will not be excessive, not considered to be excessive for a detached dwelling house. And there's no actual general increase in roof height, although there is additional roof bulk. The proposed ground floor re-extension projects 3 metres. The side extension would still be detached from the neighbouring property, whereas the current garage sits adjoining the neighbouring side garage. Neighbouring dwelling houses directly to the north of the site will be impacted, with most impact admittedly on 92 New Church Road. But given the separation distances and that these dwellings have good south-facing elevations relative to the site context, it's considered they will still receive good levels of sunlight and daylight across daylight hours across the year. And as I said before, actually, yes, the property opposite 80 Braymore Road has had a very similar roof profile approved in recent years. I think it was 2023. So the application is recommended for an approval. Oh, there we go. So those are some of the drawings of showing 80 Braymore Road across the site with a similar type of crown roof. Although on 80 Braymore Road, they had retained what we call the Sussex barn hips, which are these small sort of chips away on the corners. On the application site, those aren't being proposed, but the overall roof form is very similar to what is being proposed in this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Rose. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Sorry, Bungina. You tell me. Anyway, please take a seat. Good afternoon and welcome. If you've got 3 minutes to speak, obviously, if you at the bottom right-hand button, whenever you want to press, and the little light should come on. Again.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today for myself and other neighbours of this development. I'm not against development. In fact, this is the first time I've ever opposed one. However, I strongly believe the development should be in line with the city plan, and I don't believe it's the case here. The first floor and ground floor extensions cause significant loss of amenity and are not in keeping with the local area. Firstly, if you look at the first page of the handout, you can see that in winter months, the first floor extension will cause a 50% loss of sunlight, leading to only 2 hours of sunlight a day. This is a significant loss of light and amenity and will cause significant overshadowing, not in line with the city plan DM20. Secondly, on the ground floor extension, it's 50% wider than all other extensions on the street. It is not within permitted development and it's very much out of proportion. On the second page of the handout, on the street plan, the green line is a max extension width of all other houses on the street, and you can see that the yellow, which represents their extension, goes significantly beyond it. In addition, the planning history shared in an agenda document that was recently referenced highlights that as the ground floor extensions are not as wide as this one here. They all stick to 50% of existing width of the property, which this one does not. You can therefore understand why I was upset that agenda document repeatedly states that this is in keeping with the local neighbourhood and there is no loss of amenity, because I don't believe it to be true. I've put on page 3 some of the things that I disagree with. Finally, I'd like to request for work to be Monday to Friday only. My neighbour's adult disabled son stays with her at weekends. He has cerebral palsy and learning difficulties. He gets very distressed by loud noises and is a full-time wheelchair user. The property's wheelchair access is on the same drive as the house where the work has been carried out, which is dangerous for him. So I request that the work is Monday to Friday to avoid danger and distress to someone with cerebral palsy. In summary, I urge councillors to consider the breaches to DM20 and 21 of the city plan and reject the first floor extension and the ground floor back extension. I would, however, be happy with the loft and the side extensions to go ahead. In addition, please request the work to be Monday to Friday only. If this is too much to ask, I'd be willing to compromise on the ground floor as well as the loft, as long as the first floor is rejected, as no one should lose so much amenity that they're only left with 2 hours of sunlight a day.
Thank you. Would you be able to switch your button off clearly? Thank you. You're quite welcome to stay there if you like, in case anyone's got any questions. Councillor Nairn.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of
I'm so sorry. I do beg your pardon. I've missed somebody off the list. Sorry, we've got Michael Benwell, the agent. Beg your pardon. Online, yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Are you? You've got 3 minutes, Mr. Benwell. Are you able to give us your presentation?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Benwell and I'm co-director of Vesta Architects and the agent for the planning application at 77 Braymore Road. In making a fair assessment of this application today, we consider it is very important to take into account the previously approved schemes at 77 Braymore Road, as well as the recent approvals to other properties in the immediate area. Firstly, the proposed first floor rear extension is identical in design and scale to a scheme submitted and approved at 77 Braymore Road in June 2017. It is also identical in design and scale to a subsequent first floor extension approved in July 2020. It is my understanding that the SPD 12, the updated design guide for extensions and alterations, was last updated in January 2020. Therefore, if the first floor extension proposal was deemed to satisfy the SPD guidance at that time, it should reasonably be considered to satisfy the guidance today. We have noted objections regarding loss of light, However, given the orientation of the site, it is our view that only 92 Church Road would be affected, and even then any impact in terms of loss of light would be negligible. The proposal does not extend any further to the rear than the existing first floor outrigger, and therefore would not introduce any additional depth beyond what is already established. We have recognised some confusion in the objections referencing a wraparound ground floor extension. We wanted to clarify today that proposal is not for a wraparound extension, but instead for a part side, part rear extension. The rear extension has been designed with a flat parapet roof to keep the overall height to a minimum and to lessen any potential impact on the private amenity spaces of the surrounding properties. It extends a modest 3 metres from the rear of the original house and would in part constitute permitted development. With regards to the proposed loft works and roof extension, we have used 80 Braymore Road as a directly comparable precedent. 80 Braymore Road is located directly opposite number 77 and also shares boundaries with 3 properties on New Church Road. In April 2023, 80 Braymore Road applied for planning permission for an almost identical roof extension. In fact, the roof extension at 80 Braymore Road is over 10% larger than the proposal being discussed today. The scheme also included Velux Cabrio balcony roof lights to both the front and rear elevations, which understandably raised overlooking concerns at the time. Despite this, planning permission was granted in June 2023 and the works of the property have since been completed. In contrast, the proposal at 77 Braymore Road includes a modest pitch roof dormer to the front elevation designed to be sympathetic to the original house. No additional windows or roof lights to any other elevation have been proposed, specifically to mitigate any overlooking concerns. Taken together, SPD 12 supports development that reflects established built form, causes no material harm to neighbouring amenity, and aligns with previous permissions. On this basis, and having regard to comparable approvals at 80 Braymore Road, it is considered that the proposal fully complies with SPD 12 and should be supported. Thank you for your time.
I'm afraid you just wrapped up. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot. No, that's fine. Thanks, Manuel. Okay, sorry, questions, Councillor Nan.
I've got a number of questions, if that's okay, Chair.
Yes, please.
First of all, we are judging this application on its own merits, so the existence of other applications isn't strictly speaking relevant, is it? It's nice to know, but it's not relevant, is it?
Well, obviously, we want to be consistent as a planning department, so that's important to us. I may as well show you now. There is some degree of.
This is 2017.
2020 as well.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
There was interest in terms of the roof forms in the general area. SPD 12 and DN 21 that refer to extensions and alterations, making sure that they don't have harm to the character of the area. You can see what I'm showing you here is that you've got similar roof forms in the area. Another one was proposed opposite, so they do form part of the overall character of the area. And then in terms of the rear extensions along here, we do have a variety of forms and materials, and given that these extensions are at the rear, they're not considered to cause harm to the character and appearance of the overall area. Okay. If you are interested, I can show you the very plans that were approved in 2020.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I've apportioned the correct amount of weight to the existence of other properties rather than get confused. So one of the things that have been raised is the loss of sunlight, and I think we've been handed information that sort of demonstrates that 2 hours of sunlight are lost from a location. Surely that is something that needs to be investigated before we approve this.
Obviously we haven't seen these before. I think the development is it's somewhat comparable with what was approved in 2020, which should be given some weight because that would have been determined under the same city plan. The overshadowing and the sunlight path, I'm sure that the resident has been diligent and marked that correctly, but these are not verified in themselves, and clearly does obviously indicate that there's a loss of light for a couple of hours in the morning during the winter months. There's no analysis here of what's happening during the summer months or what's happening later in the day. So there's a limit to how we can consider this information.
But maybe we should verify before we approve.
We wouldn't normally seek a sunlight and daylight analysis for a domestic household extension of the sort we have here, particularly in light of the fact that a very similar, not the same, but a very similar thing was approved in 2020.
But it's losing 2 hours, that's against CP20, isn't it? That's a significant impact on the amenity of the neighbour.
DM20 over the home to amenity. The application report seeks to balance out these things, noting there will be an impact on 92, but it's not to say that all sunlight will be removed from this property. Like I say, that clearly in the afternoon there would be very little. In fact, after sort of midday, based on these drawings alone, there'd be no impact over and above the existing situation already.
I was interested in the impact of the work on the neighbour who has cerebral palsy. I appreciate that it's unreasonable to expect any development to have no impact on neighbours, and that's obviously not something we can rule out. But I think it could be argued that the development would have a disproportionate impact on this neighbour. So would it be reasonable and fair of us to request that the work is restricted to Monday or Friday in your view?
I think you can do it. I think it's not something that's usually so we don't normally put those kind of restrictions on developments of this scale. Those kind of things generally fall out of the planning regime generally. So we may on a major scheme put construction environmental management plan, which the developers will tell us what days of the week they're going to work and how late they're going to work. But ultimately, construction hours actually falls under environmental health and a noise nuisance type of legislation. We can seek advice from the council solicitors whether we think that sort of condition would be reasonable, but I suspect it would not necessarily meet the tests in order to pass on an application.
This is the first time we've had this.
So it'd have to be proportionate, wouldn't it, and enforceable and reasonable. So it's a question of proportionality, I think, in this case.
So, sorry. Is it okay? Would it be reasonable to undertake an investigation into the impact of this development on this individual with quite severe disabilities and work out if it would be possible to condition only Monday to Friday working?
I think what we have to be a little bit careful of is that really what we're talking about mostly here is about the impact of the construction works and not the development itself. Now, a planning condition needs to be there to make the development acceptable in planning terms, and therefore this wouldn't really. So my view, actually thinking that through, is that it wouldn't meet the tests of a lawful or reasonable condition, really.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite confused by the photographs here that show the loss of sunlight, because I've never seen a sunlight diagram like that before. It's usually on a different plane, and I can't work out what building this is supposed to be affecting. I mean, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure where the objector lives. Do you live at the rear, the back of the house? Okay, so, right,
So
okay.
that's what the viewer would see. So if I'm standing here, the sun would normally be there, and now it's going to go behind that bit.
But it's not actually is it going to, I can't, because obviously what's been drawn on here isn't accurate. It's just something drawn on a photograph. It's usually impact on garden area. And so I can't really understand. I mean, so this is like looking at sunlight that way rather than that way. And I'm just a bit confused by that.
I'll give you a little bit of context here. So again,
So this is looking.
so just so you're clear, Councillor Cattell.
This is looking south. Is this looking south?
Yes, Councillor Cattell, just so you're clear. The photograph, I believe, is taken from 92 New Church Road, which is this property here, am I right? And I believe that this photograph is taken to the south. So I believe that this photograph is taken from some position in the garden, potentially to the south. So this white side there you're seeing is the white side of the development site. And obviously it's this area here that will be infilled, as well as the roof being made a little wider through the crown roof extension towards the rear.
But if it's south, you've got the sun going east to west, and there's no.
Sorry, there's a tree there. Or would that tree, if you go back to that, there's a tree, or appears to be a tree. Oh, it's in the, it would be, but it's.
I think we're trying to work out when the sun rises in the east and goes setting in the west, how many hours are actually going to be lost in a winter day and how many hours are going to be lost in the summer day. And I don't know whether, I mean, I would like to refer back to you, Matthew, because this has already been considered, hasn't it?
Well, it has already been considered within the report. Clearly, when the winter months, when the sun is lower in the sky,
yeah.
Obviously properties are affected more so than when the summer months, when the sun is naturally higher in the sky, which then causes less overshadowing. It's very much dependent on the individual circumstances of each application. What I would say is that when we come to overshadowing and loss of light, those restrictions really, that guidance really relates to habitable rooms of the dwelling house itself, and not necessarily to garden areas, and not necessarily to non-habitable rooms.
Does anybody have a question for Rose? Councillor Nan.
Could you explain the photograph, please?
So my house is south of this property. So, sorry, it's north. My house is north of this property, so I look south. So right in front of our living room and our kitchen, we have our garden, and then the house is right in front of us. So at the moment, in the winter, the sun does an arc, and so it goes above the house in front for most of the day. With this development, especially the first floor development, it's coming higher and more and closer to us, and so it will cut out that sun. So we'll only have sunshine for 2 hours in the morning before it goes behind the building that's right in front of us.
But the sun's higher in the sky in the summer anyway, so...
Sorry, just this is in the winter months. So for 3 months a year. In the summer, it's okay. The garden will be even more impacted than that, but that's just
established that you're not allowed to take garden.
Yeah, so that's just talking about the house.
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Theobald.
The way I see it is if that's going to be built up the boundary wall, those neighbours there will be looking at a big wall at the end of their garden. That would be very depressing, as well as losing light, I would have thought. You know, that is disturbing.
Sorry, Councillor Theobald, so which wall, sorry, forgive me, which wall, could you clarify, please?
The extension is going to come out to the boundary of those properties. Would that be? Looks like to me.
Do you mean the one behind or the one?
No, I'm talking about. And then
which boundary are you talking about? Are you talking
this boundary here? So
are you talking about the east?
I'm talking about the north boundary there. And that would be the way it is on the. That's going to have right up against their boundary, isn't it? Then, so it will affect 94 and 92, especially there. Sorry.
So I'm just displaying the proposed floor plans as proposed. So where the attached garage is at the front, that would be then detached, and there would be a ground floor extension, and the ground floor extension only at the rear as well of 3 meters. It's this area here within the roof space that would then be infilled by the application to extend at first floor, and then some additional roof volume as well. I'll take you to this was the application that was approved in 2020, and you'll see a very, very similar type of effect. Now, admittedly, in this case, this top ridge is being extended further. However, that would then still drop as it comes towards the rear eaves. So this first floor, oh, sorry. That's really quite stupid of me. Apologies. Let's start again. Damn it. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Apologies. So that area there infilled is the application as was approved in 2020, which is very similar to the application, although the application here has hip to cable extensions on both sides of the roof also. It's probably worth reminding members that hip to cable extensions can be permitted development. Indeed, first floor extensions can be permitted development, but we haven't assessed them in this case.
Do we have any more questions? I would like to ask a question then, if nobody else has. There's quite a lot of incorrect marks on this document that Rosie brought in with her. And I just wondered if is this not something that we should take into account? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think that we do have professional planners on our team who generally don't come up with this sort of inaccuracy in their presentations. So if you were able to just refute them, thank you.
Certainly. Well, so obviously I'm not at the time to go through this in full detail, but effectively a lot of the comments, if I understand is right, are where we've said in things in the report saying that the building as proposed will be consistent with other detached dwelling houses in the area or of appropriate scale. So a lot of this is subjective in terms of interpretation. And I think, as I was trying to explain with the Google imagery of the site, that we do have a variety of extensions and alterations around there. We have approved something very, very similar opposite in recent months. Like I said, there's a real variety. And although the person speaking today has objected to it being 3 meters, you've clearly got other extensions that are extending from the rear by more than that, or everything is relevant to its own position, its own character, its own scale. It's also worth saying that under permitted development, you can extend by more than 3 meters. So, the idea that 3 meters is only what's allowed in DM20 isn't actually correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robinson.
How much does the first floor extension go out? So if it's 3 meters in addition on the ground floor, what about the first?
The first floor would just extend to match the gable on the other side as it is. So again, just share.
The side return.
So the first floor extension infills this area here and lines up with the existing rear gable and the existing rear elevation of the house. So the first floor extension isn't going outside the building footprint as existing. It's infilling that area there with hipped cables either side. Oh, yes, it will, yeah. It'll match what's on the other side. Does that make sense, Councillor?
Councillor Shanks.
Sorry, the 2020 application, was that the same? Or, it's not, it has to come back anyway, is it? But I thought it was 5 years for planning. So actually it's still extant.
And most applications come with a 3-year commencement. It does appear to be a different applicant and a different agent, so who knows whether they decide to proceed or not. The only similarity really is the first floor extension. The roof is otherwise in this application being proposed to be extended outwards, as well as an additional rear extension, which the 2020 permission didn't propose.
Any more questions, or shall we move to debate? Who would like to start us off with the debate? Councillor Knapp.
I'll be voting against this because I believe I have a worry that there is a significant impact on amenity by the loss of sunlight into the rooms of the house. I get the picture, maybe not scientifically accurate, but it's likely to be reasonably accurate. So, and I think that should be investigated before any approval is given. And I hope that some arrangement can be arrived at about the building, because I do think that the person living next door will be disproportionately affected by the building work, and I wouldn't like to think of them having to suffer without people getting together and coming up with something reasonable to alleviate any potential suffering. So, thank you.
Councillor Shanks.
I will vote for this. I'm just thinking whether I get some light into my kitchen, and I don't until, like at the moment, until the afternoon, because I've got houses and they're further away than this, but they're serving. Anyway, I wouldn't expect them to be working on the Sunday anyway, so probably they'll have a free day on Sunday, but it's probably worth people talking to constructors at the beginning, isn't it, and explaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shin.
I'm going to disagree with Councillor Nann's assessment. I mean, I might be minded if we pushed back this item for a daylight study to be commenced by the officers. But if we judge the loss of amenity in relation to sunlight by the shortest day of the year, most plans will fall foul of it. So we can't just say it's losing 50% of sunlight because in the shortest days of the year, when you're not using the garden and you're not using those outside spaces, you're losing 50% of sunlight. I've got to do it over the full 365 days. I'll finish off in a minute. I'll let Councillor know.
Councillor now.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a surfeit of sunshine in summer. So I think the appropriate time to address when sunshine is being restricted is during the darkest days of the year in winter.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but if we judge by those darkest days of the year, I think the majority of plans that come before us could quite easily fall foul, especially on north-south running roads.
But the idea is to take
move on?
May I just respond to that?
Please,
I promise I'll stop. But the idea is to take each application on its own merits, and what you're being shown is a property that will have its sunlight reduced during the darkest days of the year to almost from, let's say, 4 hours to 2 hours. And I think that is a significant impact on amenity and worth considering.
Okay, let's leave it there. Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it would be good if something could be done between neighbours to protect the person with cerebral palsy. But the officers have given their professional opinion on this. They've evaluated all of the facts. You've commented on the sunlight day night. So I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Theobald.
Yes. Well, I can see the gardens here are not that big. So I think it will definitely affect the gardens, and it could be up to 50%, as said. I do feel sorry, especially for the handicapped son who's there every weekend, and I think, and the next door to that as well. In fact, several neighbours. So I'm not really happy with this. I do feel sorry for the neighbours on this occasion. I really do, and I don't feel I can vote for it.
Councillor Patel. Did you want to say something?
I was going to say something. I've almost forgotten what it was. It's about the sun. It was about the sunlight, I think. I mean, I think it's unreasonable to expect the applicant on what is basically a householder application to have a daylight and sunlight assessment done, because they're not cheap. And I think I think also you've got to really as people said, you don't really expect to see a great deal of sun in the sky during the winter. And I think especially is a kitchen a habitable room? That is it counted as habitable room depending on what it's used for? Yeah, but I mean I just don't think, and I think obviously to rely on these sketches on a photograph, no scale, nothing, and just guesswork, I don't think we can do that. And I also think it's unreasonable to expect them to do the surveys. So I'm going to be voting for it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul, but but as others have said, we'll get
Thanks, Councillor.
I was going to say.
We're not even halfway through yet. Does anybody else want to make a comment? Okay, I would just like to say that I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Cattell. I think the issues of sunlight in the winter months is slightly spurious, and obviously it's not affected at all in the summer. Again, we're sitting here talking about a dispute between neighbours. I would love it. I would love it if we could legislate to say that they can only work Monday to Friday, because I don't want anybody to be inconvenienced. I think that's something that if Rose wants to come back to us, that we can put you in touch with whoever your ward councillors are, and then they could be they can help you get in touch with environmental health. In terms of noise disturbance, to make sure that it is limited, and also possibly to help to have chats with the neighbour or the builders. Is it essential?
I object to the use of the word spurious in about the argument about it's unlike the
It hasn't been proved, and we've.
No. 1 second, Chair. The spurious would indicate that it's disingenuous or fake.
No,
I think it can be incorrect, but not spurious.
No, that's not what I'm implying at all. Shall we go to a vote? All those in favour? All those against? Anyone abstaining?
Thank you, Chair. The vote was 7 for and 3 against, so that means that planning permission is granted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I do hope that we can hope. I would strongly urge you, Rose, to get in touch with your ward councillors, because that's what they're there for. They can help you meander the labyrinthine council offices and get the right person to give you any help when it comes to noise and stuff. And we hope you don't have too much disturbance. But thank you for your time today. Thanks for coming in. Right, can we move on to item J, please, which is BH 2025-03024 to Richard Road. Can I hand you over to Charlotte? Okay, handing over to Charlotte. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Charlotte, the case officer. This is an application for 2 Richmond Road that's located in the Round Hill Conservation Area. The application seeks to amend the existing fenestration, fit a new entrance door to the basement level, add a first floor window to the front elevation that is currently blank, and to erect a single story rear extension. Works are also proposed to the loft to convert to the rear with 2 traditional dormers and to fit 1 conservation roof light. During the course of the application, the works have been amended so that they were more sympathetic to the conservation area. This is a map of the site. It's an end of terrace. You can just see it's located here, number 2. Cats Creek, a stepped access road from Richmond Road down to Round Hill Crescent, is located to the south. Again, this is the aerial of the site. You can see it a bit more clearly here. This is the application. At the moment, the roof is unaltered. So if you visited the site, this is the building here. You can see that it has got some water ingress issues on the front elevation. And these are my site photos. So the existing windows are timber sashes. The proposal seeks to replace them with white timber sashes. They're like-for-like replacements now. They were originally proposed to be double glazed. That's now been removed. So they're timber frame white sashes. And you can see here on the first floor elevation, that's where the timber frame sash window will be inserted, retaining all of the architectural features for the windowsill. This is the rear of the elevation. It's currently got no extension. And this is the boundary with the northern neighbour at number 4. A view out from the garden to the houses down on Round Hill Crescent, where you can just about see that there are some traditional dormers to the front roof slope in the conservation area. This is Cats Creek. It's an area that the residents try to look after as much as possible. It is subject to graffiti, but it does create a good view of the basin of the conservation area. You can see on the other side, there is a flat roof rear extension in closer proximity than our one that is proposed. And this is a rear elevation aerial of the terrace. And you can see here at the north at number 10, there are 2 small dormer windows proposed. It's a wider view of the terrace of Richmond Road. Yeah. And these are the traditional dormers on the front elevation of Round Hill Crescent.
You can see here some of the houses to the south and in the wider area on our site visit where the blank window is above the front door. UPVC smaller windows have been inserted that are more unsympathetic than the proposal. And again, further up in Richmond Terrace, you've got UPVC small window above the entrance door as well. So the existing plans at the moment, it's a 3-storey dwelling, the converting the loft space. The extension at the rear, as proposed, is set off the boundary, so it's set away from Cat's Creek. It won't detrimentally extend the building too far into the rear of the site, and you've got the height of the boundary with the northern neighbour to consider. And it proposes one small roof light onto that pitch. And there's the area of the rear there, the size of the 2 dormers proposed to the rear, and conservation style roof light to the front roof slope. And that's what it's going to look like on the front elevation, retaining the window detail. That's the proposed rear elevation and existing, so you can see the difference. That's the part of the extension you can see in the proposed side elevation that will be visible above the Cat's Creek boundary. So it will be visible, but it is going to be constructed in render with a slate roof and traditional materials at the front. We've obviously received concerns from local residents that the proposal will cause harm to the conservation area when viewed from the surrounding area, cause harm to the appearance of the building, and result in a loss of biodiversity. But within the officer's report, we've gone through these representations. Councillor Hill has also objected to the application, and that's included within the pack. We did receive one comment in support of the application on good design as well. So in the planning balance and the amendments that we've had from the developer, we could really not consider that the alterations to the appearance of the building will cause harm to the conservation area. The works on the front elevation will preserve its character, and where it will be seen at the rear, it's viewed in with similar development as well. And we did not consider that the rear extension will cause detrimental level of overshadowing to the northern neighbour either. That's it.
Great, thank you, Charlotte. I'm told this is your first time here. Welcome.
Okay.
Good to have you. So let's go to Dominic Furlong, please. Hi there. We haven't seen them. You'd need to bring them up here if you may.
That's me, Sean Hughes. Sean, we had the email exchange and you said 11 copies each. I can submit them.
Okay.
How do I do that?
Yeah, I
put them down. Oh, okay. Straight. Walk away. Okay. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Furlong, you've got 3 minutes. There's a button at the bottom right when you press it and the light goes on. Yeah. As soon as you're ready to start speaking, then
Okay, thank you very much.
Are we ready?
I'll just set my timer. Okay, thank you, Chair and members. My name is Dominic Furlong, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Round Hill Society, which is the Residents Association for the Round Hill Conservation Area, and also as a resident of Richmond Road, where the application is. Members will, of course, determine the application on its planning merits and in the light of the special character of Round Hill as a conservation area. This application has attracted objections not only from local residents, but also from the Round Hill Society and the committee, the Conservation Advisory Group, and also our ward councillor, Raphael Hill. At the outset, I should say that we welcome some of the amendments made during the application process. These include the use of timber sliding sash windows and the reduction to a single conservation roof light. These changes were introduced following the objections raised during the consultation and represent an improvement to the original proposal. However, the two elements that continue to cause concern, the rear dormers and the reopening of the blind window, remain unchanged and give rise to the principal harm to the character of the terrace and the conservation area. For those reasons, we ask the committee to refuse the application on two principal grounds. First, the proposed rear dormer windows. The council's own design guidance in SPD 12 states that dormer windows should not be permitted where they would unbalance a building or disrupt the continuity of a terrace or group. Number 2 Richmond Road forms part of a coherent architectural group of 4 matching houses, numbers 2 to 8, built in 1897 by Burstow and Burstow. This terrace was designed as a unified composition. If you look at the photo, the front elevation, you'll be able to see that. Members can see from the second photograph that there's a continuous roofline running along this part of Richmond Road. As can be seen, the roofline remains largely intact for a long stretch of the terrace. With the exception of number 10, which interrupts the roofline, the houses from number 2 through to number 66 retain this predominantly flat roofline. It is also important to note that the dormers at number 10 were installed before Article 4 direction was introduced, which is why the council subsequently brought in that protection to prevent further erosion of these original roof forms. In relation to the window, number 2 occupies the second window, the recessed blind window is a deliberate architectural feature repeated across the terrace and forms part of the original 1897 design.
I'm afraid you're out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Could I go to Chloe Lewis? Pardon? Hello, Mr. Doyle. I'm told that you're allowed to speak, so if you'd like to step up and give us 3 minutes. But however short or long. Sorry, well, I can't hear you. You need to put your microphone on. Sorry?
I wasn't given an indication that I'd be limited to 3 minutes.
You are 3 minutes, yeah.
That's right.
I'm really sorry. I'm struggling to hear you.
I wasn't giving any indication that I'd be limited to 3 minutes.
Well, I'm afraid that is... Oh, is it not? Oh, sorry, I've got it wrong. I apologise. Apparently, you can talk as long as you like.
Could I briefly...
Given that it's 5:40, you'll be really grateful if it wasn't too
I
long.
did intend, partly, the main points were going to be very short, but there's 1 or 2 points I wanted to make, sort of as precursors to that.
Yes, I apologise. I thought everybody had 3 minutes, but apparently you're a special, you get special dispensation. So anyway, off you go, Mr. Doyle.
Okay. I'm representing the Conservation Advisory Committee there, and a group of, I can hear myself so clearly. So
If you could pull the microphone a bit nearer rather than pushing it away from you.
Nearer, okay, thank you. It's still got that echoiness, but okay. Okay. Speak up if we can't hear you. Okay, certainly. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Conservation Advisory Group is a group of amenity societies from across the city, both individual communities within conservation areas and also amenity societies that work across the city, the Regency Society, the Brighton Society, and also the Sussex Archaeological Society. We meet each week. We review all of the applications that are submitted, each month, all of the applications that are submitted across the city that affect listed buildings, conservation areas, historic parks and gardens, locally listed buildings, and we also look out for applications affecting archaeological areas. We meet each month and we review applications that raise issues. And having done that, we produce a set of outcomes that are passed to the officers. Up to recently, we've found that that list of outcomes have been fairly and fully included in the officers' reports, and we review those, and we're generally satisfied that officers give those a fair view. In this case, CAG, I'm here to report on behalf of the group, have found that our views have not been fully reported or included in the report. There's been two sets of responses. There was a first set of responses on the 6th of January, and then further responses on the 25th of January. All of that is reflected in section 7.2 of the officer's report, which I think does not fairly respect our view. My understanding, I've been in the group, part of the group for 1 year. I'm a retired town planner. Previous day job is that we're invited to address the committee and to assist in their deliberations. So it's an unusual arrangement. It's the first time in a long time it's been tested that this opportunity you kindly give us to address the committee, but it's on the basis that we felt that our views hadn't been represented. Normally, we're very happy that the officers have reflected our views. So exceptionally, we're attending and taking your time. So apologies after a long afternoon. In terms of the second sense of responses, the second response that we gave, we've supported the approach to the timber, the box timber sashes. But we note that they only replace the existing, so they don't offer any particular enhancement over the existing. We've welcomed the conservation roof lights to the front elevation. There was the original application that was amended was highly deficient. I wouldn't argue that it's been approved. It really was one that should have been refused. And to some extent, the two sets of comments that we submitted were trying to catch up with officers agreeing amendments even before our first set of comments had been submitted. So this application has made extra work for us. In terms of the issues that remain at issue, I'll briefly, it's 4 points. Our fifth point is rear dormers should be resisted unless a clearly established local pattern exists. While isolated examples of dormer windows occur elsewhere along the wider terrace, there are none in this section. Next point, the preferred and proportionate approach would be the use of conservation-style roof lights to the rear roof slope, which would respect the existing roof form and maintain the uniformity of this terrace of 4 houses without harming the character or appearance of the conservation area. Even if dormers were acceptable in principle, those proposed appear oversized and closely grouped, such that oblique views would largely obscure the rear roof plane. The final point, the harm would extend beyond the immediate terrace. Individually and cumulatively, the dormers would be visible in longer distant views from elevated locations such as Bear Road and Racehorse Hill. These views are identified in the conservation area appraisal as sensitive and making a positive contribution to the area's character. So those were the views that we were hoping to get across to you. As the Roundhill Society was saying, it really comes down to 2 issues. It's the opening up of the blind window and how that disrupts the balance and symmetry of this terrace of 4 houses. They're not immediate mirror images of one another, but if you take the 2 middle houses and put a mirror between them. They are symmetrical, except that they slightly step up and step down the hill. They're also, whilst Round Hill has very modest architecture in general, the triangular pediments that you can see above the doors actually raise their significance and importance much higher. So they're very precious in an area of relatively modest buildings. And a key feature of that is the blind windows, which is a historical feature that historical England encourages us to conserve, where it contributes to the character as it does here. If it was an individual building and the next building was different, we wouldn't be objecting to the loss of the blind window. It is because there's this run of four that have a group character. So that's the core of our concern there. In terms of the rear dormers, it's the principle set out in your guidance DM12, DM21 that roof dormers should be permitted where they are the exception. In this case, we don't think this justifies that exception. And then the principle of views from Bear Road. It may seem like a long distance view, but it's a precious view. And the topography, the hill on which the Round Hill is located on, and the streets that climb up that hill and then sweep back down, they form an arc in that view from Bear Road. And you see the sweep of the slate roofs. They're largely unaltered. Because people locally believe that there was a general resistance to dormers, and we think this will set an unfortunate precedent because it doesn't justify any particular exception, and it should be resisted. And therefore, we've recommended to the committee that they consider refusing this application. Apologies for taking the time so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle, and thank you for keeping it brief. Councillor Cattell.
I can remember when I worked as the planning officer here.
Sorry, we've got another. I do beg your pardon. I'm doing this all afternoon. It's so unprofessional. I apologise. We have Chloe online. I'm so sorry.
Hello.
Sorry, Chloe Lewis, who I tried to call in earlier because you were next on my list. I didn't even have Cagwin on my list. So, Chloe Lewis, agent. Sorry, Julie. 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Chloe Lewis. I'm an architect and the director of Lewis Macmillan Architects. We appreciate the planning officer's careful consideration of this project and their recommendation for approval. We have taken on board the comments from the Conservation Advisory Group and have amended the scheme to include hardwood framed replacement sash windows on the front elevation and removing one of the conservation roof lights on the front roof slope. We do not believe that the two dormers would harm the roofscape, which is visible in distant views and referenced in the Round Hill Conservation Area as a positive feature. This point has been raised in several of the objections and as mentioned by the Round Hill Conservation Society. The view is seen in the photo I've provided. I'm not sure if you've received that or got that to hand. Can only be seen from the top of Bear Road. Whilst we appreciate that the arch of Round Hill Crescent is a strong feature along with the green belt, the dormers will not affect this faraway view. The important form is not affected. The dormers are set back from the ridge, eaves and firewalls. The existing dormers seen in this close-up do not affect the overall view, which is generally only glimpsed from afar. It will be hard to see the dormers from any nearby location as they are set back from the eaves. The dormers will be hidden from sight because of the steep hillside, the green belt, the oblique setting of the property and the raised firewalls. The photo shows two dormers at the nearby property, number 10 Richmond Road, and our design and access statement also shows aerial views of dormers at numbers 68 and 70 Richmond Road, and note the approved dormers at 57 Round Hill Crescent and 108 Richmond Road. The dormers are necessary to enable a staircase to be installed up to the loft room and adequate head height within the room. Regarding the new front window at first floor level in the window blank, the existing plan and elevation submitted clearly shows a blank recess. The additional window will not detract from the street elevation. The historic mouldings will remain. Examples have been provided to the planning officer showing other properties where windows have been added and similar window blanks. The door at basement level has been proposed to maintain the front courtyard area. There are no external steps down to this courtyard area, and the only access at the moment is through a small window. Access to this area will mean that it can be kept clean and tidy. A traditional 4-panel door is proposed. On behalf of our clients, and picking up on some of the negative comments received about the photos we submitted within our design and access statement, the photos were taken on the day of the measured survey at the beginning of October last year, shortly after our clients bought the property. On that day, the side of the property and along the alleyway appeared heavily graffitied. There have been some comments that have implied that we have taken the photos to showcase a property at its worst. This is not the case. We understand from the comments there is a neighbourhood scheme that regularly paints over the graffiti and helps with the upkeep of the area. However, the graffiti is still there. As part of the renovation, the side will be painted. Our clients have bought this very rundown house and has not been looked after or maintained at the side of an alleyway that receives, unfortunately, regular vandalism. And they're doing their best in investing money to upgrade and improve the building, to make it as energy efficient as possible and to improve the accommodation. The new owners do not wish to harm the conservation area in any way. They just want to renovate the property to ensure its longevity for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, my apologies again, Councillor Cattell. Off you go.
Okay, it's been a long day. Yeah, I can remember a long time ago when I was a planning officer at Brighton and Hove City Council, when the Article 4 directions were brought in on various areas, including Round Hill, and it meant that people had to apply for planning permission to put to put a dormer on the roof, and then of course the permitted developments rights kind of changed that so that you could have a reasonable, that the Article 4 direction didn't need to be applied really. Now, there was also a document called SPGBH. Oh, we are, where we are. SPGBH1. Now that was written, that's about 2000 and something. Does that guidance still apply? I'm not sure because it hasn't been mentioned in your report.
That's okay. So we've been superseded. We refer to SPD 09 for architectural features for dwellings in conservation areas, and SPD 12. In regards to the Article 4 direction, I think obviously that's been brought in a lot of that area. There are properties that are subject to HMOs, and you can fit, there are lots of, in a wider area around there, in Lewis Road, big, heavy box dormers. What we've got here is two very traditional small dormers that are ostensibly designed for the setting of the conservation area. So, yeah, I think it's in line with our SPD.
What my question is, do these dormers meet the requirements of the design, and does it meet, I can't see anything in the round, I'm looking at the Round Hill conservation statement as well, and there doesn't say anything in there too much about dormers. These are two quite small dormers at the rear of the property, and they do meet the design standards that we would expect. So that's it. If that's the case, I can't see a problem.
Yeah, I agree. And I think when obviously the concerns that have been raised by CAG and the Round Hill Society, preserving and enhancing the character of that terrace is very important. That's why we've had amendments secured. At the rear, obviously, there is group value. If you have a look at number 10, they are very similar to what has been there. I appreciate that they were built before the Article 4 directive, but if that's group value that needs to be assessed, they're there already within the terrace, 3-4 houses up, and much further down to the south of the site. So, yeah, we've assessed it and it is in line with those guidance.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy.
Okay, so I'm taking a more empirical approach to the two photos that we've got. The first one, the block of 4, looking at it from the front. There are 2 of the 4 in the terrace already have front windows in the roof, right? And looking at the proposed front elevation, right, adding their one is not going to do anything particularly to damage the look of that. So I can't reconcile what I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm coming to that. Yeah. So is there an issue? Is the first thing. The second thing, looking at the photograph from the back, we notice that 4 houses up, there's another house with 2 dormer windows in the back, which don't look added keeping, and the entire road has about 5 or 6 properties with them. So I'm afraid the question is, I can't reconcile the photographs with the objections or whatever. So I'm not sure who I'm asking the question to, the officers or whatever. For what I see in the proposal, doesn't seem to be out of line with anything else in the area. Or is it?
Obviously what they're pointing to here is the blank window. They don't have any concerns for the conservation style roof light. It's this blank window they're proposing to insert a timber hardwood frame white window into this blank, and that's where the objections are coming from in terms of the harm. And
no, it's not in the roof, it's in the front.
So there's a roof light going on, that's on the proposed plans, and there is an additional window being put into this blank recess at first floor level to for a new bathroom internally.
Councillor Pickett. Oh, sorry.
The 2 houses next to them have already got windows in the roof. So this one won't detract from the terrace of 4 because there's already 2 houses with a roof window. No, it's not part of block
Councillor
4,
Pitt,
is
it's
it?
still part of the
Thing, yeah, yeah. Right, and then when you go around the back of the house, you're looking at properties where there's already dormers in, what's the number one, that on there? Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Pickett. Sorry, Chair, can I
Oh, yeah,
do you mind if I just quote a bit of clarification? So yes, where we've got intact, I just want to say from an officer's perspective, where we've got intact roof slopes, we, especially where there's a group value of that intactness, we would be much more resistant to change in conservation areas, particularly. These buildings are not listed buildings, but they are in a conservation area and they have importance, and they give us, this particular property does also provide a positive contribution. However, the 3 properties immediately adjacent to it have both got roof lights on the rears, so they are altered. The property next to that has dormers on the rear, they are altered. The other properties towards the south along that terrace, there are a great many instances of dormers and roof lights, they are also altered. I think if we had a structure fully intact, then I think we would be thinking twice as officers before allowing things. But I think in this case, the presence of 2 traditional proposed dormers on the rear is acceptable given the other alterations that have occurred also. So we don't consider that this on its own would cause harm to the conservation area. Same really applies to the front. Those 2 roof lights that you've identified on the front, the additional one next door to it, we've now got, there's 2 altered front roof lights ready, providing a third roof light wouldn't create further harm in our opinion. I believe the issue that is raised by the Round Hill Society and carried more in more depth is about the blank window in the first floor recess, more than it is about that front roof light.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. So my question is to do with the blanked out window. I know it's the bathroom space. Is there any way that that bathroom could actually exist without a window?
I don't have a window in my bathroom, but we have to consider the design before us. And there are UPV smaller windows. Yes, not within this proportionate of a terrace, but literally just a little bit further up from that number 10, there's lots of small UPVC windows that are of poor design that I think putting in a traditional hard frame window that will fit that frame very well, retaining all of the other architectural features on balance is acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, go for it.
So obviously we wouldn't want to go with a smaller window because the whole point is to keep the look as it is currently. So I'm just wondering, I know this building in particular is on the Cat's Creep, so there's got nothing on the side. Would it be acceptable to have like a small window on the side of the building so that the bathroom could have light?
Which bathroom? Which bathroom?
It's the bathroom at the front.
I mean, in theory, possibly, but it's not what's before us to determine. We can't really make that call without seeing what's being proposed, I'm afraid.
Councillor Chance.
This is maybe more of a debating point, but you just said if there was an intact bit and they haven't done anything to roof, but there is an intact bit there, they've got the blanked windows. I've just realised that I lived in a house with that. I thought it was because during the window tax or something, people blanked their windows up, but maybe not. It was designed like that. So what they're saying is they're going to put a window in there the same shape, but and not, I don't know why not double glazed, because it's double glazed.
What's your question, please?
But I suppose my question is, what makes that okay when you've just said, if there were no window lights, then we wouldn't want to add a window light. But actually there are no, I mean, there's only a small terrace, but they've all got the same feature of this blank window. So you're creating a new blank window, so everybody else might end up with getting rid of their blank windows.
So I'm just resharing the proposed and existing front elevation. So what is proposed is a hardwood white frame window that fits that blank very well and retains the window details. Whilst there would be some change to that terrace and their group value, given the other smaller, more harmful UPVC windows that are above the entrance doors, a few doors down and a few doors up wouldn't warrant refusal. I'll just share with you here, if I don't know if I can just zoom in and see it. So here we've got number 2. This is number 10, where it's got the similar roof rotations. You can see 12, 14, 16. Up here to the north, they have these small UPVC windows that have been fitted above the entrance door. So it's not going to be out of keeping or cause harm that would warrant refusal of the scheme.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, what's your question?
Thank you, Chair. Back to the dormers then, but I think, sorry, I've forgotten your name, new officer. So Charlotte, sorry, Charlotte. I think you kind of already answered it. So when we hear the word dormer, we think about these horrible, great big blocks of window space that we've seen in other applications. But I think you said in response earlier that what's been proposed meets your criteria, and is it broadly similar to the others that we see in the road? Thank you. Thank you.
Let me just reshare my screen and I'll show you the dormers. Yeah, that's correct. I'll just show you, this is the proposed, existing and proposed roof slope for you. So you've got those very similar dormers on the front elevation to the south and Roundhill Crescent. And this is the rear elevation that we've got the views from Bear Road, and it will be visible in the wider view that you've been provided here by Dominic, that there are dormers on the road below on the front elevation. They're a very similar design. So that's why we've considered them to be acceptable in this instance, and because of the group value of that terrace has got other roof alterations present.
Theobald. Sorry, going back to the front window, with its blanked up. But that would be the only one that would have a window in it in this whole of this terrace here. And how big would that window be? I've half forgotten, but now I've forgotten what the design looks like after all this time.
It'll be the same size as it's now.
It is. Is it going to be as big
a whole
as
load
that?
that do have windows all the way down the street?
Yeah, but not on this terrace.
Not this terrace. Sorry.
So I've just reshared the front elevation. So again, so this is what's proposed. So it fits the frame of the blank, recessed neatly. And then this here, so obviously, okay, so yes, within 2 to 8, there is a blank window with no window there. However, when you get to number 12, 14 and 16, just outside, and obviously this is the terrace as a whole, there is group value with these houses together and just the wider terrace and in that area. And they've got these smaller UPVCs window. And again, further south, just here on the opposite side of Cat's Creek, there's this high level window here that's been fitted as well. So what is proposed will be out of keeping with the group value of the terrace, but it's hardwood and it fits well, and it's much better than other examples of development that's present. So we've considered the harm would not warrant refusal of this amendment to the front elevation, basically.
But were these before the regulations that have come out? You see, they might have been there some time.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Councillor Theobald? I do apologise.
The ones that have got open windows, that might have been before the regulations that come out.
Right. Yeah, it's possible. We haven't done the planning history search to see when those windows were put in, but they are there in the street scene nonetheless. So just in officer's opinion, it's a case of, well, would this addition be harmful enough to refuse? And the answer is no at this point.
Mr. Doyle.
Just to clarify two points in relation to members' questions. There is no bathroom proposed where the blind window is. It's one large bedroom, so the issue with the bathroom doesn't arise. The other point to make is that the officers pointed to where there's some clearly harmful and unsympathetic windows being introduced nearby. They're not part of this balance group of 4, and also there wasn't a blind window there before, whereas in this case, this is a balanced composition of 4, where there are 4 blind windows, and you're changing that pattern. So reading across to the other properties in the street doesn't necessarily allow you to arrive at a balanced judgment of what would be harmful. And obviously the test is any degree of harm, unless it's properly balanced by other enhancements, you should be looking to resist that in terms of the conservation area and the MPPF. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, I was just going to sort of clarify that because
I was going to ask a question.
But I have a question. Yeah, could we amend it then that we could accept the dormer and everything else, but we take out the blind window, which is unnecessary?
No, we have to determine the application for us. If we were to refuse it on the basis of that window, then obviously any future submission would need to revise that element, and then it would be much more likely to be approvable. But no.
Can I ask a question quickly? Does 4 houses in a row constitute a conservation area, a theme? I mean, you've already said that there's, lots of oddities going on all the way up and down the street and across this area. I don't know, 4 houses to me in a row doesn't really, to me, justify an argument.
Well, I think there is some good value, as Karen pointed out. Certainly, that if they were designed and built at the same time, I don't know if they were, but if they were designed and built at the same time, there are clearly very, very similar architectural features within this group of 4. There are also alterations and differences between this group of 4.
Yes.
And that's where officers have evaluated it and come to the conclusion that we have.
Thank you. Shall we move on to debate? You would like to start the debate. Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I think I'm going to vote against this because I think it's like you're sort of a custodian of an old house like that. And therefore, yes, it would be nice to have an extra bedroom in your roof but you sort of have to regard the fact that this is quite it is an old house, can't remember the date was now. And therefore you have to be careful what you do to it. So I think just listening to, the conservation, that's the whole point of having conservation guidance and conservation advisory groups and the Richmond, the Round Hill Conservation Society. So anyway, I think they need to go back to the drawing board with this.
Thank you. Councillor Pickett.
I have to say, I kind of feel much the same. I don't really understand if it's a conservation area, then we kind of have to consider those points. And I do get the point of it being a group of 4, and I think that is relevant. And I don't think the blind window is necessary, needs to be uncovered because it's already a bedroom. It's got 3 other windows. It doesn't need to have that, which is unfortunate because I would accept all the other features, but I am going to vote against it.
Councillor Theobald.
I think it's important to keep conservations and conservation areas and keep up standards. There are these rules and regulations. So I just feel, if you keep saying, oh, we allow this and allow that, you're setting a precedent for others to do it. So I just feel that they've got to keep. I mean, I'm in a conservation area actually, and I do think it's important to keep that. And I won't be voting for this, but so I won't. But another point I've got written down here is the Cat's Creek is a complete mess. I don't know whether they're going to. That's conservation area, and something should be done about that because it looks terrible.
They did say that they have got parts of the Round Hill Society that they should do something about that. So, and I'm sure the new owners will as well. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of debating a little bit to myself. I think the dormer scenario is fine. I've got a little bit of sympathy with the blank window, but I'm not 100% decided one way or the other just yet, although I'll need to make my mind up pretty soon.
If you could make your mind up quickly, because I think we should. Let's go to Councillor Parrott and then Councillor Sheard.
Sorry. I'm with Joy. I'm really struggling with this blank window thing. I don't have an issue with the dormers. I do have an issue with the blank window and replacing it. I do think it would look really out of keeping. I mean, I loathe the little ones as well, and if we could get people to take them out, I would probably do that. But we can't. They're there. But I'm really struggling with this actually, which I never thought I'd say.
Councillor Sheard.
Yeah, I'm going against the grain then. I'm like usual. I'm pretty supportive of this. I think, yes, the blank window, is it a shame that it's going to be out of style? Yeah, but part of the reason this is in is because of a tax that was removed in 1851.
Well, we don't think it was anything to do with the window tax because these are late Victorian, aren't they?
Yes, my point is that if it wasn't for that window tax existing in the first place, they wouldn't have been designed in. There would have never been a consideration they would have even considered. Yes, I know it was built outside of the period that we're talking about, but I think if they can design a good window to go in this area, we have a blueprint for other people who might want to do this in the streets as well. we have a design that can work for a conservation area, and it just feels all this over a window just feels to reject this design, which we've said almost everything else in it wouldn't stand out of the conservation area at large over one window. It feels slightly lopsided at how we're designing this personally, but other members seem to disagree with me.
Councillor Parrott, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I think also just looking at the picture that goes the other way, so the other side of the Cat's Creek, actually, they're all very different. The next four houses are all completely different. They've had all the architraving removed. And, you know, I mean, yeah, they all look, maybe I'm changing my mind again, but they look very different.
Shall we go to a vote?
Sorry.
All those in favour? And there's another one, 7. One more time. All those in favour?
5, 6, 7.
All those against?
Yeah, to confirm, the vote was 7 for and 3 against, so planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. I know you've had a long afternoon waiting for your moment, so I appreciate it. Should we take a 10-minute break? We've got another 3 to go, but I feel like we really Councillor Earthy no longer wants the call in for 120 Long Hill Road, so that will now come off the agenda and will be considered approved. Thank you.
Can I just double check that no other members wanted to call that application? It was only Councillor Earthy. Is that correct? 120 Long Hill Road. That's item F, BH 2025/01860.
Shall we crack on then? That means we've got two more. The first one is BH 2025/01589 Overhill Drive. C.
Oh, hello. Hi. So item C is 80 Overhill Drive. The application reference number is BH 2025/01589. And the application is for the erection of a 2-storey, 3-bedroom detached dwelling house to the side of the existing property with removal of existing garage and provision of parking for both dwellings. This is the map of the application site. You can see the red pin is where 80 Overhill Drive is within Patcham. This is a closer up existing location plan. And this is an aerial photo. The site is shown within the red line. And that's just another view. Some photographs of the site. So this is showing the front elevation of the existing dwelling, the white rendered property there, and the garden land to the side is the application plot. And this is looking back towards the main dwelling. So that's the side elevation of number 80 Overhill Drive, and that's the garden plot that's been cleared and the siting of the new dwelling. This is a proposed block plan, so you can see within the red line, you can see the existing dwelling number 80 and the proposed dwelling labelled as 80A. And proposed floor plans, so you've got the ground floor with all the living accommodation and the first floor with 3 bedrooms. This is the proposed street scene, so you can see the detached 2-storey dwelling on the end. And that's a close-up of the front elevation. These are the side elevations. And the rear elevation. Prior to the submission of the application, there were a couple of mature trees along the front elevation that were felled. The preliminary ecology assessment and the BNG metric have taken the loss of these trees into account. The arboricultural officer was consulted on the application, and they confirmed the trees are not protected and that they would not have objected to their loss had they still been in place when the application was submitted. The applicant has provided off-site and on-site mitigation, and that they will be able to deliver the mandatory BNG. Conditions are recommended to secure these measures and mitigations, including a more detailed landscaping plan. This slide is showing the relationship between the nearby Patcham Infant School and the site. So you can see the site is the red pin. I think there were some concerns that the site would impact the nearby Twitton that provides access to that nearby Patcham School, which is in the far top corner, just where my cursor is now. And you can see that Twitton runs all the way from Winfield Avenue past the application site, as there is an access from Overhill Drive into the Twitton and up onto and then continues along onto Highview Avenue, and you can see that's the route into the primary school.
There were 7 objections received on the application. The main concerns were lack of parking, and increase in traffic, and the loss of the trees. Since this presentation and the reports were finalised on the agenda, the application was still in the reconsultation period as we reconsulted on some design amendments, and we've had 4 additional representations, and they raised similar issues relating to the transport and parking concerns, overlooking and loss of privacy, and these have been considered in the report. They introduced 1 new issue relating to the surface water runoff from the hard standing, and I just refer your attention to the recommended conditions, which number 16 secures that the hard surface is made from porous materials. The key considerations are the appearance and impacts on the site and street scene, impact on neighbouring amenity, standard of accommodation for future occupiers, ecology, biodiversity and the impact on trees, transport and highway matters. The conclusion for the application was that the appearance and the impacts of the development are considered acceptable, and that they would cause no harm to the existing property or the wider street scene. There would be no significant impacts on neighbouring amenity. The standard of accommodation was considered acceptable, and transport and highway matters are considered acceptable and would not cause any highway safety concerns. The development would meet minimum car parking standards by providing 1 on-site parking space for each dwelling. And the loss of the trees prior to the application, whilst regrettable, they were not protected, and they have been considered in the BNG assessment, and therefore satisfactory compensation and mitigation is to be provided and secured by condition.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Who would like to start question? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. We had a look at this in our pre-meet, and I'd just like you to confirm, please, that the main entrance to the school isn't actually from this road, because that was my concern when I reviewed this a few days ago. But if you could confirm that, please.
Yeah, I don't believe that the main entrance is. I could reshare that slide. Actually, it might be more useful. Bear with me. Yeah, sorry, that took me some time to find. So I believe the main entrance is on Highview Avenue, but the Twitton does provide a secondary access into the school.
But that shouldn't be any reason to stop this application, because if there's a problem with the school, a school streets situation could be implemented there, blah, blah. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. There's no safety concerns identified.
Councillor Theobald? Just say it's like a right of way as a Twitting that goes all the way then that way, but children also go down the Twitting to go to the other school, to go to Patcham School. This one's the infant school up there, up the top, and then going down, you get Patcham High School, Patcham Junior School down the bottom. But that's not. I'm not saying it's that would stop the application. I'm just saying, making a fact there. But I was going to ask the question about the trees itself. They must have been very mature trees. I mean, it looks it, and it's absolutely barren now. Under landscaping that you talk about, can we not ask for semi-mature trees to be put back? Something there. If there's not a tree or a bush there, it's absolutely barren. It's terrible what they've done, really.
I think we do agree that it's regrettable that those trees have been lost. From the reports they've submitted, I think there were 2 quite large mature trees along the front boundary, and then there have been some smaller trees and shrubs lost on the site.
I don't think it's proportionate to then expect them to replace the trees because they're not protected. We have no concern or objection with the loss of the trees. They are obviously providing mitigation measures that are mandatory within their BNG, and that will be conditioned and secured.
Can I ask on the back of that? People have the right just to cut trees down willy-nilly, do they, without asking permission?
Yes, so if a TPO is on a tree, then obviously the tree is protected, or an area TPO can protect the tree. Trees in conservation areas require consent to be removed. Outside of that,
That's really upsetting. Do we have any more questions? Who would like to take us to debate? Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm too quite shocked that they've just stripped it, but they're obviously just preparing the land because they know they're going to get permission. The Twitten is really well used, but I mean, that won't affect the kids walking up and down the Twitten. It's easy access. It's an alley in its own right. The issue I do have is, I mean, parking is an issue around there because obviously lots of parents come and park. So I think they're actually going to have a bit of a problem because I know that that's one little area that a lot of people have parked their cars while they go and grab their kids. But other than that, I just don't see that there's anything that we could say against it. So I probably will vote for it.
Councillor Cattell.
Sorry, are we debating or questioning? Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
apparently we are.
Yeah, I'll say
It's been a long afternoon. I'm getting less professional.
I mean, I think it's a well-designed, really sweet little house, and it's it's very well designed, very well laid out. One thing, can we please ask them to use proper painted render, and not through render? And I don't know how we can control it, but it's just one of those things that would ruin it if they had through render on it rather than proper render.
For the ignorant among us, I speak for myself. Could you explain what the difference is? No idea.
Well, if you go through render, proper render is like it's a sand and cement sort of coating, and then you paint it afterwards. But if there are back in the kind of late 90s, early 2000s, these new products came out, which were a product that just went straight on. And it looks appalling. If you go to the station, Brighton station, and you see all those blocks of flats where, there's staining and God, I mean, don't you? I mean, it's not the best. It's not a product that actually has worked. It looks horrendous, and it spoilt lots of buildings. The upper drive as well is another one.
I'm just going to say that yes, we have condition 3, which seeks to secure materials. We can take your comments into account when approving the details. Yes.
Councillor Theobald. Of course, one thing I would be worried about is blocking that Twitting up with builders or their vans or their when they're building this house. I think actually it fits in quite well by the look of it, and it does look quite a good design. So I'm just very, very disappointed with the losing all the trees and shrubs in that. Why they took the whole lot away, I don't know. They were going to take a tree away from the front, but I mean, to do that, I thought it was terrible. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you. Just to give almost a bit of reassurance, really, when it comes to biodiversity net gain, if those trees are removed, the BNG is calculated with those trees still in place. So although those have been removed as part of this development, I suppose, or the run up to it, in terms of the BNG calculations, they actually consider the ecological value of the site with those trees still in place. So the 10% of the uplift that they need to provide then in terms of delivering this development needs to deliver an ecological uplift which takes into account that removal of those trees as well.
Councillor Shanks.
Sorry, I don't really need to say anything. I'm happy to vote for it. I think it's a nice little house. Well, little, I do, it's not that little. Anyway, it's a nice house and we need extra houses.
I'm glad you're happy. Does anybody else want to make a councillor?
I'll be very quick because I think we're all agreeing with this. I think some of the objections are a little bit restrictive. If one house is going to lead to an extreme increase in traffic to the point that residents are going to notice, I don't know what I want to know how packed those roads are, nose to tail all the time already. If one house counts as overdevelopment, then what on earth are you going to accept? The land is privately owned, so they're more or less free to do what they like in regard to trees, as we've already covered. And again, if one house tucked into a corner, which is currently all trees anyway, constitutes overshadowing, what wouldn't count as overshadowing? I think a lot of this is people who just don't want to see change to their little road. And quite frankly, this is such a small change and such a small development with such a limited impact that I'm more than happy to see this go through.
Possibly one might say a spurious claim, but I'm going to ask Councillor Nunn to look up the meaning of spurious later. Woken you up. Are we ready for a vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. So planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we move on to the saunas? Who's in the mood for a sauna?
Which one are we on to?
Rockwater.
Oh, right.
Over to Matthew, who seems to be holding the fort on most of the applications today.
Right.
This is the last one, everybody. But it's a contentious one because it's saunas, right? So.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Okay, let's move on to item D, Rockwater Kingsway, BH 2025-02251. And this is the replacement of three existing beach huts. Three existing beach hut style kiosks with three beach hut style self-contained timber saunas, including a rear ramp access. I'm sure we know where Rockwater is, but there it is on the southern side of the Kingsway, very close to Hove Beach Park. And there is the site. The area actually for the application is the left-hand set of three kiosks there. So let's just come down to there. Here they are as existing. And these are permanent structures that do have planning permission for permanent consent. It wasn't just temporary, so they did receive permanent consent in the end. But it's those three there. There's a longer view of the promenade back towards the east. Existing block plan is just being very clear that it is just those three. They would have door access from the rear. On the front, as you'll see in a second, they'll have a singular window that overlooks the beach and to the sea. As existing, they are, commercial kind of retail kiosks. I suppose it's probably the best way to describe them. And as proposed, they would still have the form of three Brighton-style beach huts, but with large windows facing towards the beach and the door access from the rear. We've got a condition on the application proposed to make sure that they are painted in sympathetic Brighton and Hove colours. 9 representations were received objecting to the application for many reasons, being too many saunas will negatively impact other existing independent sauna establishments, air pollution, overdevelopment, additional traffic, harm to the conservation area, impact on the maintenance of Hove Promenade, over-domination by the applicant, generally being Rockwater. The rear of the building is badly managed and would be made worse, noise restriction of view, and a few other matters raised that are considered in the report. Key considerations for us are the principle of the use and the location, the appearance and character and the impact on heritage assets, impacts on amenity, highways and sustainability and ecology. The proposed development is considered, however, to have an acceptable impact in terms of appearance, and the impacts is anticipated to have on the amenities of local residents and visitors to the area. Local residents being quite significantly separated from the site by the Kingsway Road itself and then Hove Lawns itself up to Rockwater. It's not considered to impact harmfully on visitors. The siting of the huts was amended during the course of the application to make sure that they were no further in line than the existing. And indeed, the actual design of these, I don't know whether there's a slide here to show you, but the actual design of these was originally submitted as one 3-block form. one form with 3 pictures to it. And during the course of the application, we've had that re-separated out to be 3 individual beach huts because we felt that that was more reflective of the character of the area. We have got planning conditions recommended. A number of them, obviously the one I mentioned about painting is considered necessary to secure an acceptable appearance. But we do also have condition 5, which is seeking to get a management plan. The application was a little bit light on some of the detail as to, for example, where people are going to change, what these opening hours are, how these things are actually going to operate. So although we don't have overall, huge concerns, there is a condition there, condition 5, which is there to secure a management plan that we need to have submitted and approved prior to commencement. There's also a condition 6, which is also there to secure details of lighting. Although we anticipate there'll be very low levels of lighting, we just want to make sure that they're not harmful to the overall character of that part of the area. So subject to those conditions, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, Councillor Shanks?
Yeah, I've got a few questions, but I just, this is change of use, or are we not regarding it as change of use? Because these were, I didn't realise they'd been made permanent. They were certainly temporary to start with, and presumably they were made permanent on a delegated thing that didn't come to committee. But they were originally there for, during COVID, I think, but to buy things. There was one of those was ice cream, so I used it myself. So I suppose it is a change of use. Also, the back of this is council land. So this is a permanent facility again on our land. I don't know if they're paying us any rent for it, but anyway, hope so. Then there's the lawns behind that where people will presumably access are also supposed to be public space, but are quite often used, as people say in their objections. So I can see those, they're used by Rockwater, which is sort of taken over that bit of the seafront. It's popular, and of course it's there's nothing. I'm not being nasty about it, but I think there are concerns from residents, which you've seen there, that this is sort of taking over that public space really. And there's the toilet in Rockwater, as far as I can remember, is downstairs. So so I don't know where people are going to. I think you do need to check that if they're having one as a changing cubicle or something. And there's no showers up there either. There's a council shower on the beach, but I don't think that's open all year. Anyway. So I suppose there are concerns about how it's going to operate and what its impact is, and the hours and the lighting, which you've said. But I suppose I'd want to see it. Yeah, it seems a bit like there's a lot of stuff you still don't know. So.
Thank you, Councillor. In short, there's a few things. So yes, in 2021, I believe these were granted permanent. It's in 2025, sorry. The retention of all 6 was approved in March of 2025, so about a year ago. The application isn't a change of use because this is actually a standalone permission, which is kind of take these away and put something else new. So it's not considered a change of use in that way because the buildings aren't staying. So
buildings. It is, yes, it seems a bit weird. So you could put anything in there.
I'll just clarify. The 3 retail kiosks have permanent consent.
Yeah.
The 3 saunas being proposed are a new development. So these 3 kiosks would be taken away, and then these 3 saunas would be erected in their place. So they have consent to be here permanently, but they're now seeking to remove these 3 with another 3. So for that reason, it's not a change of use. Yes, the use will change, but it's not a change of use in planning terms for that. We did contact Rockwater, and they did say that the saunas would only be open in use at times when Rockwater itself is open in use, and that the visitors and users of these facilities would use the toilet facilities and any other facilities within Rockwater itself, so it would be tied to them. However, we didn't get that information in such a way that we considered that was enough to overcome the imposition of condition 6. So we think that, okay, that's very useful information. Now we know what we're working with. But however, condition 5, which is for the management plan, we feel is still necessary.
Councillor Robinson.
I'm not mega keen on the way that they kind of jut out towards the beach, more so than the conventional huts behind, but not there's much we can do about it if permission has been granted for those retail units. So if we were to turn this down, those retail units would stay. But I'm surprised we allowed that. But I suppose that's up to us to have spotted it and objected at the time, because it does kind of it does change the view as you look down. Yeah.
I'm just showing one of the slides of the presentation, which is that kind of what you mean by sort of jutting out? Yeah, I mean, obviously, they break the line of the other beach huts adjacent, but they are in line with Rockwater itself. So, yeah. And I think we do have to obviously consider that the 2025 ones were granted consent, so that does have some weighting in terms of their placement. There is a comment from the Seafront Development Team, which basically supports the proposal, but just says that the footprint of those existing huts shouldn't be exceeded and they shouldn't come any further forward than they are already, which is being respected within this application.
Do you want to come back in, Councillor Robinson? No?
Can I just ask you, do you have to have a licence to operate a sauna? I mean, it seems to me potentially, it's not a dangerous thing to have, but I just wonder if there's no licensing requirements. I could just set up a sauna, I could have it at my house, but this is a public thing that people are paying to go, and they will be going in the sea as well, presumably, not just the shower. But I just thought there is no licensing requirements for this.
I'm not aware of any specific licensing for these. I'm guessing that other general consumer legislation and health and safety legislation would kind of cover those sorts of safety issues. But yeah, no specific licenses that I'm certainly aware of.
Councillor Earthy, could you give us your geo?
Sorry, it's only a technical question, I think, following on from what the officer was saying about how it's going to work. So these three kiosks, they're only a sauna. That each kiosk doesn't have a changing room area and a shower, is it? So that's all being done in the main building. So they will walk in their bathrobes, presumably, poach themselves an hour and a half, and then walk back and shower, whatever, will they? That's it, is it? Because we can have a stream of people backwards and forwards in bathroom. No, I just want to know how it's going to work.
Well, it's just as bad as people back.
In short, yes, most likely, yes.
And can you, I'm exactly on the same wavelength as Councillor Earthy. The lavatories in Rockwater, I think Councillor Shanks is right, are downstairs. They haven't got showers there. So actually it cannot function unless they're going to use the public. So there are public showers up the road at Babel, aren't there? Up the way. But that's okay. I think that might be something that we ought to look into, because I agree. Where are people changing? They're not going to, Rockwater's full of really posh people having brunch on a Sunday, right? So I'm told.
Well, all I can say is that obviously some of this would be down to market forces. If the saunas have no showers or facilities and people don't feel comfortable using them, then no one's going to use them. I would say that there are examples of other saunas, particularly the kind of the horse box type saunas that are appearing on beaches, where they have no facilities almost at all with them. Some will, some don't. In terms of showering and changing,
The ones up in East Brighton do. They've got exactly that. They'll have a whole horse box which is just for changing.
Oh, okay.
And then they have two others, I think, I'm right in saying. That you sit in. I went up there. Anyway,
I am also aware of others which don't have that.
I find it funny that people are complaining about too many saunas, because presumably that is market forces, right? That's not something we can control. If they don't think they can run it as a business, then they're not going to. I'm guessing. I don't know. Yes, Councillor Theobald.
Well, the picture, it looked like the beach hut had something at the back. Does it go back? It looked like a wooden area. What is that?
In terms of the slide that I'm not showing you, I will show you. Now, that part there, I think there's some areas around here which are those, from my understanding, is that these parts of the back are unauthorised, that they're not part of what we've approved on these huts and these kiosks.
We're all feeling slightly poached, I think, aren't we? Without even having a sauna. Is there any more questions, or should we go to debate? Councillor Nairn, I want to know what you think about another lot of saunas on the seafront.
I have no strong views.
That's not like you. Anybody else? We are. Sorry, we've moved on to debate. Yes, there are no more questions. All right, move on to debate. So I've got Councillor Sheard here, and then I'll come over to you.
I quite like them. It sounds like a good idea. I think we can talk about showers and toilets if we want, but I think for the most part that's for the users to decide. I'm not sure how relevant that is as a material consideration. I think that's just, if people want to use them, they will use them. They'll make their own mind about showers up. All I'd ask is please don't keep the names, because calling a sauna Love Shack might give the wrong idea to people.
Councillor Shanks. Yeah, I'm concerned about this development in the same way as I'm concerned about some of the other bits of the Hove Beach Park, but it is the privatisation of public space, because, because this is public space that the council, it's the beach and the promenade and, the lawn at the front of Rockwater, and it's very noisy, Rockwater. I mean, I happen to live near there, but also I do go there sometimes. But it is very, I know that residents object about it, but that's not, I suppose it is that sort of creep of the fact that we're getting a lot of private stuff along there, and therefore it's less available to people just to go to the beach without being assaulted by commercial operations. That's just a political or a personal viewpoint. It's not necessarily a reason to reject it on planning terms. I'll abstain, I think, because I probably haven't got enough to vote against it. But I just think they're taking over the world, and we should stop them. They're like some other people in other parts of the universe. Anyway, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Theobald. And then
Well, I did like the kiosks when they sold food and drink, actually. I used them quite a lot, especially in the COVID times I used them. But I know their saunas are very popular at the moment. Even my children have tried them out. On the television recently, it said it was very good for your health, for your blood pressure. So I thought...
Especially the cold water after.
But I am a bit disappointed there's not sort of changing facilities or a toilet. I can imagine all these people in bathrobes and that walking through the restaurant. But on the whole, it's a trend at the moment. It might not last, but I think it's a good thing.
Councillor Robinson.
I'm not mad about them, but thinking about the over commercialisation too, and I've got no idea what amount of money we're making of this. We do need to make some extra income, because we need money to fund renovating our railings and our shelters. So I'm not saying that this is doing that, but we need more commercialisation. I'm not making that decision on that basis. Thank you. I can see our legal advisor looking at me. Because I have no idea what the commercial basis is. But yes, I will be approving if there's no good reason not to. Thank you.
Councillor Parrott, your thoughts on?
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm not a fan of Rockwater generally. It is noisy. They do take over that area quite a lot. It's quite invasive when you walk there, and I live very close to it, as does Sue, and I walk there frequently. They're not particularly good neighbours, and I'd like to kind of commend them to be better neighbours, I think. But I think the saunas, they do hold yoga and all sorts of weird things there, as well as selling really unpleasant wine. Not that I like a glass of wine, but they do yoga, and there are other things that happen around the space as well. And I know they are trying to refocus a little bit in terms of being a bit more community minded. So I definitely wouldn't vote against it. Whether it's viable or not is up to them to figure out. It's not our job. Yeah, I wouldn't use it, but that's each to his own, I guess.
Councillor Cassell.
Yeah, I think the thing is, we do need income, and we do need people to come to the beach. We need visitors. I mean, you've only got to walk past walk into Brighton, and the seafront along there, it's really noisy. There's loads of clubs down there. You go down there on Sunday. We sometimes take the dog down there, and it's absolutely packed, even in the winter. It's the seaside town. You can't say, oh, it's too noisy, because it's a seaside town, and that's what seaside towns, or in our case, a city. So it's like, live with it. It's not an issue. And yeah, that competition isn't a planning matter. So I don't know why we're discussing whether there's too many saunas or not. Anyway, I'm going to vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, I think I echo the sentiments. If our facilities are not a planning issue, fine. I just rather fear that, building what Councillor Theobald is saying, rather frightened that with all these people wandering around with bathrobes, there's an unfortunate gust of wind, we're all going to get mooned.
Is it not? We're not in Finland. I think people do actually wear their swimming clother normally in saunas. No, oh, is it Russia? I really don't have any more to contribute. I think saunas. People love saunas. There's sauna festivals now, for heaven's sake. So let's go for it. Who's? Are we ready for a vote? Who's in favour? Who's in favour, ladies? We're voting. All those against? And all those abstaining?
Thank you. Just to confirm, Chair, there's 9 for and 1 abstention. That means that the planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everybody. I know it's been a long meeting. Your patience is going to be rewarded in the next world, probably, not this one. Just to mention that there are any appeals, please note that the list of new planning application appeals lodged with the planning inspector is attached to your agenda. There are no informal hearings or public inquiries listed on the agenda, and a list of planning application appeal decisions from the planning inspector are attached. I now announce that the meeting is... Oh, what's happened? Oh, I thought we were done. Okay, Councillor Robinson.
Can I just say that our Cabinet Member for Sport and Leisure is very, very excited that the application for the King Alfred Leisure Centre is in and is being reviewed as we speak. How exciting.
It will be some time going through planning, I suspect, but yeah, King Alfred. Councillor Earthy, did you want to? Yeah.
So it's only a quick one about appeals for the documents are getting through, but we seem to be losing rather a lot of them. Do we need to be worried, or is it minor?
Oh no, I read all of them. I don't think we've lost that many. But let me take it away. We have lost a number, but I don't think generally. I can get some statistics for you because I know that we normally have up to a 10% bar, and I know that we were well under it. We were around sort of less than 4%. But I know that there was obviously a move with the new planning act that they were going to change it to 5%. So, but I'll get back to you on that. Yeah.
Well, so it's only if we're worried.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I announce the meeting closed. Thanks, everybody.